Good morning. I'm calling this public hearing to order. Today is Thursday, September 21st, 2023. The time is 9:31 a.m. I am at-large Councilmember Christina Henderson, Chair of the Committee on Health. Today, we will discuss Bill 25-259, the Social Work License Modernization Amendment Act of 2023. The bill was introduced by Councilmember Robert White, along with Councilmembers Allen, McDuffie, Louis George, Freeman, Bonds, Trayon White, Gray, Nadeau, and myself. The legislation aims to eliminate the examination requirement for licensure for associate and graduate social workers. By eliminating this requirement, these individuals would have the option to pursue licensure without the necessity of passing an examination, potentially simplifying their path to become licensed social workers. Furthermore, the bill introduces the establishment of a social worker licensure task force, which would identify alternative methods for assessing the fitness of aspiring licensed independent social workers and licensed independent clinical social workers. The task force would also formulate recommendations for a new assessment approach that would replace the existing examination for independent social work practice. Within a year from the act's effective date, the task force is expected to compile its findings, insights, and recommendations into a comprehensive task force for submission to the council. In recent years, there have been significant changes in the social work licensure, mainly regarding the role of exams and bachelor master's level. Bill 25-259 aims to help associate and graduate social workers by recognizing some of the challenges the examinations may pose. Concerns also extend to equity and racial disparities. Some states, such as California, Florida, Illinois, have already eliminated these exams to promote diversity and inclusivity. However, there are differing opinions, with some advocating for rigorous standards to maintain the profession's integrity. Striking a balance between quality and equity remains a challenge we aim to address here today, and I'm anxious to hear some feedback from the public and our witnesses on our list today. I do not see any of my colleagues who have joined, but once they do, we'll obviously give them some time. Before starting, I want to review our testimony guidelines for our public witnesses. Witnesses representing an organization have 5 minutes to speak, and the witnesses representing their own behalf have 3 minutes to speak. Please be conscientious of your time. I will give you a nudge when your time expires, as we do have over 40 public witnesses today. And with that, I will call up the first panel of witnesses. I'm going to call in groups of 7. For those of you who haven't done hearings with the council before, you will need to affirmatively accept our invitation to be elevated as a panelist. So we'll have Dr. Judith Mounty, as a public witness, Conchetta Pucci as a public witness, Mary Washington, who is a Maryland State Senator, Karina Villa, who's an Illinois State Senator, Amanda Beal, Commissioner for ANC 8C08, Joyce Doyle, Commissioner for ANC 8C02, and Jasmine Thompson, who is a public witness. While those folks are coming in, we actually have just been joined by Councilmember Robert White. Councilmember White, if you have opening remarks, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Chairperson Henderson. I really want to thank you for holding this hearing and for all the witnesses who have come to testify on this bill, which I introduced at the recommendation of several social workers. We'll hear today diverse perspectives, and I'm glad that we will. This bill aims to remove the test requirement for 2 levels of social workers in our city. As we consider this bill, we have to ground ourselves in a fact that I think we all agree on. Our situation in Washington, D.C. is dire, with pressing issues demanding our urgent and immediate attention. We are facing a crisis in mental health supports for our children, with 100 open behavioral health positions in schools alone that urgently need social workers. Homelessness persists, with people who have been approved for housing vouchers left unhoused for years due to a shortage of social worker positions in part. The demand for mental health care is surging. That's a good thing, but our professionals are stretched thin, leaving people who are seeking and needing services left out. I want us to consider some crucial points. One, we're not talking about people trying to parachute into a profession. We're talking about people with years of education and supervision. Licensed social work associates and licensed graduate social workers for whom we propose removing the exam undergo extensive training. Licensed social work associates have earned a bachelor's of social work, so a 4-year program, and 400 hours of supervised field experience. And for the entirety of their profession, no matter how long they practice, must be supervised by higher level social workers and are subject to the same ethics regulations. Licensed graduate social workers require more. They have an additional 2 years of study, a minimum 900 hours of supervised instruction, and for the entirety of their profession, no matter how long they practice, must be supervised by higher level social workers. Second, this is not unprecedented. We're not pioneering this path. Other states have recognized the flawed nature of this exam and has eliminated them. We can learn from their experiences. 3, licensed professionals who did not take this exam are already working in the field. Many dedicated social workers are already in the field, having entered before the exam requirement was in place or in states that don't mandate it, and their competence and dedication, to my knowledge, have not been questioned. 4, the quality of service, which is important. Removing the exam does not compromise the quality of services. The emphasis remains on education, supervised practice, and oversight. To allow an exam with a known significant bias to trump these standards defies logic and basic notions of equity. 5th, the bias in the exam. The social work licensing exam has extreme racial bias, not subtle, not minimal, extreme in the outcomes, a point that has been well researched. This means that talented and capable people are unfairly excluded from this profession, perpetuating inequality in access to opportunities and a disparity in access to social workers with shared life experiences for people of color. This bill is not a hasty decision. It is a calculated step toward addressing the issues of children's mental health, homelessness, the availability of social workers of color. We are not removing licensure, we're removing a barrier. Our goal is not to compromise the professionalism of social workers, but to open up the pipeline for more qualified mental health professionals. Very important, the test's effectiveness is questionable at best. There is no solid evidence that the current exam ensures safety or competence. Why should a test with no proven correlation hold back qualified professionals? We know other states are moving in this direction. The quality of services will not decline, and we will address workforce challenges. I want to clarify that we are not proposing to change requirements for higher level social workers, and we are proposing a task force to determine competency for those levels. This bill is about taking an evidence-based approach to our immediate challenges. It also rectifies a systemic bias in the social work profession. It's about giving deserving people an opportunity to contribute to our community's well-being. It's about recognizing that extensive education and supervision already ensure the competence of licensed social work associates and licensed graduate social workers. This bill is a thoughtful, responsible, and equitable response to the pressing issues we face in DC. It's an opportunity to rectify biases, diversify our profession, and ensure a brighter future for our residents. Thank you to the committee for considering this bill. Thank you to all of our public witnesses and our agency who have come to testify today. Thank you, Chairperson Henderson.
Thank you, Councilmember White. All right, we will start with Judith Mounty.
Hello there and good morning. And thank you for this opportunity. I greatly appreciate it. My name is Judy Mounty, and I am a licensed clinical social worker in DC. providing services to those who are deaf and hard of hearing. And I am here to support the Social Worker License Modernization Amendment Act of 2023. Social workers should not be required to get a test for a license that is not equatable to competency and supervision. There is no proof or correlation that proves this fact. I graduated about 22 and worked for 22 years until I retired. My various roles from Gallaudet University included teaching social work courses in our fully accredited graduate and undergraduate programs, overseeing our students placed in internships in DC agencies and schools, focusing both on deaf agencies and those serving a wide range of other populations. Our students are very successful in their work, yet few of them will take and pass the Association of Social Work Board's licensing examination. As a result, deaf and hard of hearing DC residents who need services are deprived of accessible and culturally congruent providers. Earlier in my professional career, with a doctorate of psycholinguistics and a background in deaf education, I was a research scientist for the Educational Testing Services in Princeton, New Jersey. In this role, I studied barriers that standardized testing, especially licensing and certification tests, present for my population. Research on other tests has shown that test scores do not align with performance. I've been trying to work with the association on this issue as it pertains to deaf and hard of hearing social workers for nearly 30 years. I'm not aware of any research undertaken by the association with our population. It is also unclear whether recommendations that have been made by myself and others to improve the clarity of tests have been adopted. Suggestions to consider multiple measures or alternative assessment approaches have not been heeded, to my knowledge. Many high-achieving deaf social work graduates of diverse ethnicity and other identity groups have thus been barred in their chosen field in DC and elsewhere. And again, this is a horrific waste of human potential. And at the end is a result that our deaf and hard of hearing population suffers from a complete lack of care and service by qualified providers. And once again, I support the Social Work License Modernization Amendment Act of 2023. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Conchetta Pucci?
Hello. Do we mind, is there any way that we could put the camera on me? I wasn't able to see Judy. Is there any way to spotlight me? Anyways, my name is Dr. Connie Pucci, and I work with I'm the director of undergraduate field of education at Gallaudet. Hold on one second for me. Hold on one second. Sorry, thank you. So yes, I work at Gallaudet University as the field director, and I'm also a teacher for the social work program here at Gallaudet. I work with internships. I also work as a therapist, and I have done that for several years in order to earn my hours. I finally have achieved the hours that I need to, and I've been studying for my licensing exam. Unfortunately, it took me over 20 years to get to where I am today. And the reason that it has taken so long is because of the licensing. Because I have a deafblind disability, I have struggled to pass the exam, the licensing exam. And I do have a bit of a timeline for what has occurred in this progression. I went to New York University and got my MSW, the Master's of Social Work. And I worked in a school in New York. While I was there employed, they gave me a condition that I had to agree to a certain timeline in order to become licensed at the master's level. I accepted those conditions when I accepted that job. I studied for the test, and I studied for the Association of Social Work Boards licensing test. Unfortunately, I failed only by a few points, and I failed it 5 times. I was so close to passing each time. However, I had an issue because I was working and my job was at risk. It really affected my mental health and I was struggling. But I kept going. I kept going through the test again and again, and I kept failing. And then the last time I applied for a temporary revisional, but I was denied because I had failed the test. So they did not give me a temporary license. So I was very frustrated. So I tried to figure out how I could keep my job. I found a loophole. So New York State's teacher's certification, if I earned that, then I was able to continue working and to stay in my job. So I went through that process, but it was still very frustrating for me at that time. And at New York State, I did have accommodations for my exam, such as extended time. I was in a private room. I also had interpreters. However, the interpreters were only allowed during the vocal explanation of the test. When I moved to DC, I got my PhD. I just felt like I was hitting all these barriers. And so I continued and got my PhD, graduated from college. But I kept feeling in the back of my mind that I really wanted to get my license. So I went ahead and I studied for the exam again. There had been a 10-year gap where I had not practiced social work during this time. So can you imagine, for 10 years, there was this gap. So finally I studied and I took the test and I passed because my accommodations were different compared to the previous time that I took it. I was able to have the same accommodations with the exception that the interpreters were allowed to stay and interpret questions. They had multiple choice on the licensing exam. So for example, if I would get stuck between 2 possible answers and one of the answers might be fully correct while the other one might have one thing that's a little bit off and not the best choice. And so my issue has always been, I picked the wrong one because I've been having issues with that because of the English. English is not my first language. ASL is my first and native language. So when I was able to use the ASL interpreters, then I was able to understand the questions fully and pick the correct answer. You know, and this was very traumatizing for me to go through all these tests over and over again. And so now, you know, I'm very nervous to have to take the clinical licensing test again. I don't know if I'll pass or not, just because of the trauma that I've had to live through taking it over and over again. But unfortunately, it really is, there's the disparity between people of color, Indigenous individuals, disabilities. It has taken me over 20 years to get to where I am, and I could have saved those 20 years. We need more resources for deaf people. So that is why I support this bill. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much. Senator Washington.
Good morning, everyone. It's an honor to be here. First of all, I want to thank Chair Henderson and all the esteemed members of the Committee on Health, and thank you for this opportunity to testify in support of the Social Work License Modernization Amendment Act of 2023. I am State Senator Mary Washington. I serve the 43rd District. I represent a portion of Baltimore City. I am a member of the Senate Committee on Education, Energy, and the Environment. And I've been a public servant for 13 years. And of course, like many of you, dedicated to social justice. I want to thank Councilman Robert Wright and all the co-sponsors for discussing and engaging this important issue with your constituents, the practitioners, colleagues, and your peers. This is an issue that is critical to the public health of our communities. About this time last year, I was approached by a friend who is a licensed clinical social worker and a member of an organization. They call themselves SWARE, and they are social workers for equity and anti-racism. And they've been working on a number of issues, as have others. And specifically, she reached out about the 2022 report that was showing that there were very clear, as the councilman said in his opening remarks, disparities in passage rates, race, but also immigrant status, language, as was cited, ability, and interestingly, age. So I introduced the social work licensure examination moratorium. And I wanted to also, as a part of that bill, create an alternative pathway. As happens in this process, the bill was amended to create a work group and also to begin to look at a number of issues. And although we've yet to support eliminating the exam requirement for social work licensure, I do believe that we're going to work really hard and be able to, as you intend to do in this bill, work through the work group and recommend some alternative pathways. I'm really honored and proud that we've made some accomplishments, but the fact and that this is progress. However, it doesn't address the problem. It doesn't address the fact that there are thousands of social workers in Maryland, and I would say the greater DC area, that remained unlicensed and unable to advance in their careers, despite their ability to perform well. And our community suffers for it. As policymakers, we fail those in need of social workers if we continue to allow this to continue. We fail to address the needs of individuals in our mental health care system, and we cannot allow unjust and unnecessary barriers to keep otherwise qualified professionals from getting work and advancing in their careers. The ASW licensure exam is one of those barriers. As you will likely hear, and you've heard throughout today's testimony, the exam essentially gives the ASW veto power over our institutions of higher education and graduate education. It has a veto over their determination that these individuals are otherwise qualified to perform the duties, and its veto over the licensure process. It's not a proportion of the qualifications. It can say no. The exam did not become a standard requirement until 1999. And part of the reason for this relatively later starting date for national requirements compared to nursing is that it has been a contested space from the very beginning. Organizations like the Association of Black Social Workers expressed concerns that exam-based licensure would create a hierarchy that would leave marginalized people behind. And their concerns have been proven valid. The data shows that Black and Latinx social workers nationwide pass the exam at significantly lower rates than white social workers. The ASWB, of course, blames this disparity on structural oppression, or I've even seen them blaming it on the quality of the social work institutions, training institutions themselves. In that case, they should recognize that standardized testing is historically mired in racism, and that students of colors disproportionately score lower than white students. So they cannot blame structural oppression while engaging in it. This flawed exam does not effectively assess someone's ability to be ethical. The questions are subjective. They force the test taker to choose a presumed best answer. But many social workers will tell you that often the best answer depends on the factors that you can't capture in a multiple choice exam, and that sometimes the answer is, it depends. Research has also showed that there are microaggressions in the exam itself and coded language embedded in the test questions that make the test takers of colors either choose a response that is antithetical to what they know is needed in their communities in order to pass the exam, or they themselves are traumatized. Removing the exam as a requirement it will allow social workers and hundreds of eager and otherwise qualified to start serving the DC and the greater DC area in Maryland. In time, I hope both the District of Columbia and Maryland eliminate exam-based licensures at all levels and instead establish ethical pathways to make it possible for anyone to attain the qualifications needed to become a licensed social worker. Our communities deserve more diverse and representative social workers. Our social workers deserve a fair and equitable assessment of their training and skills. I respectfully urge a favorable report on the Social Work Licensing Modernization Act. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Villa?
Good morning, Chair Member Henderson and members of the committee. My name is Karina Villa. I am the Illinois State Senator of the 25th District. Previously, I was a school social worker in Illinois for 15 years. In 2021, Lindsay LaPointe and I passed Senate Bill 1632, which removed a provision requiring a person to pass an exam as authorized by the Department of Financial and Professional Regulation to be a licensed social worker. Illinois now has thousands of social workers with LSWs, and we have not received any complaints as a result. We have, however, received numerous calls of gratitude from organizations and individuals who have been able to increase their workforce and be licensed as a result of this law. Recently, Illinois State Representative LaPointe and I continued our work to address the bias social workers of color are experiencing with the exam, and we passed House Bill 2365 in Illinois, which provides an alternative path to licensure for the clinical exam requirement for licensed clinical social work. The social work profession is one founded on and guided by ethical principles and standards, which help guide our practice as clinicians and fundamentally protect the people that we serve, which is why I was compelled to enact change when I saw the data collected by the Association of Social Work Boards, or the ASWB, that showed the clinical exam was biased against people of color, older adults, and people with disabilities. As a way to address these disparities, the most recent bill that we passed in Illinois does two things. It keeps the current path to licensing, which is having received a master's in and graduated from an accredited school of social work, 3,000 hours of supervision in addition to the 1-year internship from someone who has a clinical social work license, as well as passing the ASW exam. And our bill creates an alternative path, which is basically the same first part, which is the master's level graduation from an accredited school of social work, 3,000 hours of supervision from an LCSW, having taken the test in the last 5 years and failed it, or moving forward after the bill goes into effect, taking the test, failing it, and completing an additional 3,000 hours of supervision from an LCSW. I have heard from countless social work graduates who are fully competent, having completed a master's degree and intense clinical supervision hours, but have been barred from filling our mental health needs in Illinois because of a test that is failing them. By creating an alternative pathway to social work licensure, you are creating an opportunity to open the door for social workers from all walks of life to reflect the diverse communities that they are trying to serve. With the need for more mental health professionals right now, I also want to raise the very real harm by not acting, as all constituents deserve a diverse social work workforce to address the critical mental health needs. I commend the work of Councilman White and the work that he is doing for the District of Columbia with this movement of the Social Work License Modernization Amendment Act of 2023. The Social Work Code of Ethics requires us as a profession to act, and that we can only live out our values if we are truly willing to address the difficult and very real inequities within our own profession, which is why I am here testifying today. I urge you to support Councilmember White's Social Work License Modernization Amendment Act of 2023. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Beal? I don't see Commissioner Beal. Commissioner Doyle?
Hello,
Good morning.
good morning. Thank you for having me. My name is Commissioner Joy Doyle. I'm the Advisory Neighborhood Commissioner for the Single Member District of 8C02 here in Ward 8 in the Congress Heights neighborhood. I come to you today not only as an ANC commissioner, but also as a clinically licensed speech language pathologist who share some of the same concerns that I've had around test taking, but also understand the experience of a woman of color in these professional healthcare spaces that were never designed for people that look like me. These professions, at least the profession that I'm in, began for targeting the middle class white American woman. And so as we've progressed over time, speech pathologists only make up 8% of the therapists in that field. I'm concerned about the future of the social workers workforce. I'm concerned that this bill does not address the issues of organizational workplace culture. It does not consider or put resources around compassion fatigue, burnout, all of these things that affect the individual human being who is also called a social worker. It is also in the tone of this bill also is this expectation to fix and not treat the problem. We as therapists do not fix people, we treat people, but we also need to work for organizations that are going to invest in their workforce. I am concerned about things such as pay equities moving forward. Women-dominated fields, as we know, do not receive pay equities in general. And when you have professions such as the information technology space where you can get a certification with a high school diploma and make as much as a teacher or a social worker or a speech pathologist in many cases, we have a real problem in this country. I am also concerned with the fact that I have not heard any comment from the Office of Risk Management. What does this look like for small business owners? Will there be an increased business cost for insurance to be able to hire non-licensed social workers? I haven't heard anything about this. I also haven't heard of any conversation between Medicaid and Medicare. As an Afro-Irish American, I come to this conversation not just as somebody with experience in healthcare, but also somebody that has a unique experience across race, class, and culture. And I'm concerned about the business owners who would be doing this social work, these bigger companies that would have great potential for billable rates, but these may not possibly be businesses of color. What happens when we move to the space of having bodies in the seat where people are actually having an opportunity to work, to do this work, but they can't find a pathway out? Social work goes beyond Washington, D.C. And as you're driving across 295 and saying, looking at the landscape of Maryland and Virginia, you cannot go work over there if you are experiencing burnout or compassion fatigue for the clients. And so if we are not well as therapists, then how can our patients be well? So I argue that looking at this bill needs an organizational lens. We need to start doing workplace culture assessments for our social workers. We need to figure out why people are leaving in droves. We need to look at the internal factors versus hiring people. And when we as people of color absolutely need this ticket, this licensure to be able to thrive in these spaces outside of this area, if this bill is passed, this becomes another equity barrier. It becomes another equity barrier because we are not going to be able to grow outside of these spaces. I would like to know why there wasn't any consideration to put funding into creating a state-of-the-art test-taking cohort where we hire people that haven't passed this social work exam, we provide them this test taking cohort, and then they commit to 5 years. Will that reduce workplace turnover? What is the cost of the turnover rate in 10 years? And do you really feel that you have enough data to look at how these other states who are removing these test taking, this licensure requirements, what is the data really saying? Has it been enough time to really give a clear, honest assessment of that data interpretation? So as a person of color in this space, I'm opposed to this bill because I feel like we need to do work with all of our other senators and congresspeople across the country. We need to work on ways to dismantle these institution-like associations who are keeping these barriers in place. And if we can get players in the game that can say, you know what, my state doesn't need to do this at the very top, then now those funding or associations like ASHA or the social work associations, now they're going to lose their power because this is not a barrier of requirement. So yes, the need for social workers is great in this city. And yes, the problem has been there and it's just exacerbated out of COVID. And yes, our families of color in our most underserved and disadvantaged communities are suffering. And yes, these biases are real. They are real. And all tests are biased. But if we don't start to understand that these test-taking strategies are really a privilege in our education experience, then we're probably not starting at the right place for some of this. So I ask you to reconsider passing this bill and really looking internally into the organizational practices that are maybe not taking care of our social workers as to why they're leaving. I'm asking all of the social workers in the future who decide to take the deal to come in, to think of the Hotel California, that you might be able to come in, but you may never be able to leave. We need our senators and we need our congresspeople to work across the country to either decide to remove it in total, or to say that we cannot risk as persons of color, as healthcare providers, to not have our licensure because we cannot fairly compete in these spaces that weren't designed for us. Thank you very much, and I appreciate you having me.
Thank you, Commissioner. I don't see Jasmine Thompson here. So we're going to do a 7-minute round of questions. Excuse me, particularly for this panel. I want to thank all of the witnesses for their testimony. And I do have a few questions. Senator Villa, I appreciate you being here today. I think you have a certain level of expertise here because you guys have already passed this legislation. So you kind of have seen sort of the impact of what has been happening in Illinois. I'm curious, has there been a situation where organizations have sort of bifurcated, oh, you're licensed with the exam versus, oh, you're licensed without the exam? So for like some sort of special denotation, if you will, or is it just everyone has the exam or everyone is licensed and that's it?
That was in fact one of the things that Representative LaPointe, who also is a social worker, by the way, her and I worked tirelessly to make sure that we would not have a scarlet letter. The folks who passed the test got a license, and with this new pathway, they will still have the same license. It will not be a license with a scarlet letter.
Okay, but an employer is not precluded from the ability to ask an applicant whether or not they've passed the exam, correct?
So that is correct. But what we did have organizations that represent hundreds of social workers throughout the state who were really on board with this legislation because they are desperate to bring social workers, licensed clinical social workers on board. In fact, folks that have been working at those agencies for many, many years who have been unsuccessful at passing the bias test, they were totally on board with our legislation.
Okay. And I want to ask about the alternative pathway because that was something else that or at least I had been thinking about of, okay, if there's not an exam, is there something else that we can do? Very similar to how some undergrad universities have been moving away from just solely relying on the SAT to other alternative ways of determining someone's candidacy to see if they're going to be a good fit or successful fit at their university. But in the process of sort of researching about this bill, to be honest, I didn't realize that candidates had to pay for supervision hours. And so was there no concerns raised that by saying, okay, you don't have to take in lieu of the exam, you just need 3,000 more additional hours of supervision? Is that not a barrier that could potentially be an equity issue because you have to pay?
I appreciate the question, and you identified something that, as you know, Councilwoman, we have to sometimes swallow big pills when we're trying to pass legislation.
Right.
And this was a tough pill to swallow because we did not want the additional hours.
Okay. Got it.
This was a negotiated way for us to get the bill across the finish line. As
Been
you
there,
know,
been there.
Yes, a master's level social worker has to do an entire year, aside from their classes, their classwork. They have to do an entire year of unpaid internship for one entire year. And then they have to graduate. And then they have to pay for this test that we know is biased. The numbers speak for themselves. 44% of African Americans pass the clinical exam on the first attempt, with only 57% eventually passing. So these folks are taking the test, they're paying to take the test over and over again and failing it. So we did not want this to have this economic burden and strain on folks, but it was a way for us to get the bill passed.
Got it. Okay. Senator Washington, I appreciate you again being here as well. And, when the legislation was introduced in Maryland, I was kind of paying attention just to kind of see what would happen there. How is the work group going? Have you guys already started conversations? Senator Washington, are you still with us? If you're speaking, you're on mute. Okay. Okay, she might have stepped away. So I want to turn to Dr. Monty. You mentioned in your testimony that only few students who are in the social work program at Gallaudet actually take the exam. Why is that?
So there are reasons why when taking the test, it really has become impossible. They're afraid to take the test and looking for work for people who are deaf, for students who are deaf. They could be incredibly skilled, but having to require that license for this profession. Sometimes they aren't able to find an equitable job with the degree that they have.
Okay.
So they just become assistants. And even though they may be skilled, they're afraid of taking this test and just constantly failing.
Got it.
So
okay.
That has become part of the issue, is the English portion of it.
Understood. Okay. I've had several meetings with individuals around this exam, and in my last 20 seconds, I'll just be honest. So, lots of our professional exams, particularly in the health space, all require examination. And nursing,
Correct.
medicine, dentistry, you name it. I mean, even if you think about outside of even the health space, even in law, for instance, And so if we look closely at the pass rates of some of those examinations, you might see the same similar disparities, and yet no one is calling for there not to be a bar exam. No one is calling for nursing not to have their particular exam as well. But I know that specifically, if you look deeper at the pass rates at particular institutions, some schools have figured it out, and some schools have sort of struggled with it, if you will. But there were also individuals who said that they went through their social work program and they never knew that they had to take an exam at the end of their coursework. And so I was just trying to understand a little bit more about what was happening at Cal UW. But I am over my time. Councilmember White, 7 minutes.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you to this panel of witnesses. As I started researching with my colleague Katie Whitehouse this bill, and working on this bill, talking to social workers, and even hearing some of the testimonies today, to understand the years of training that it takes to become a social worker, the cost for supervised hours for the exam, compared to the pay in the field. I am grateful that people want to make the sacrifice to do such important work. And I'm glad that this is a space that we are paying attention, even if everyone doesn't agree on this particular bill. I'm grateful to people who are in and trying to be in this profession, because it does take a special person. Senator Villa, I really appreciate you taking the time to be with us today. Since the bill in Illinois is passed, have you heard any concerns that maybe an increased number of social workers at the first two levels have caused an issue with the supervision requirements, because these two levels are required to be supervised by higher level social workers? Have you heard concerns that there are too many social workers in the field and not enough people to supervise them?
Thank you for the question. No, we have not heard that concern. In fact, currently, social workers who have not been able to pass the exam are working in agencies under licensed clinical social workers. So this is already something that is happening. They just when we passed the legislation, they didn't have this alternate path.
And how long, I think you said this, and I apologize, I missed it. How long has it been since Illinois ended the exam requirement for the bachelor's and master levels of licensure?
Yes, we passed that first bill in 2021. And immediately about 3,000 within the first few months, about 3,000 social workers were able to obtain their LSW.
That's incredible. And you spoke to some of this in your testimony. You mentioned that there have not been any complaints about newly licensed social workers. So it sounds like things are going. Anything else you want to add to help us understand how things have been going with these two levels of social workers since you passed the bill in 21?
I think that just to continue to reiterate, social workers of color, we have known that there has been a bias in the exam, but this, we've been asking for these statistics. We've been wanting ASWB to let us know what we already know as a community about this exam. ASWB has had this information. They have known that this test is in fact biased. When the information came out and came to light, I agree with the member who spoke earlier. This should be something that is happening across the country when there is this huge disparity between people of color and people who are Caucasian. The test rate passing, action needs to be taken. So there's questions as what about these other professions, et cetera. And my answer to that is, if not social workers, then who? We are the helping profession. So I appreciate all of you for your consideration, and I seriously urge and I vote.
Thank you so much, Senator. And Dr. Mounty, what was your experience like taking the exam?
Yes. So in my own experience taking that exam, that's what you're asking me about.
Yes.
So I worked in another profession. I have a PhD prior to becoming a social worker. And I became a licensed at the graduate level in 2004. And then, you know, when the pandemic happened, you know, I started working in that area, and we had an endorsement. I guess the language is my field. You know, I have a PhD in psycholinguistics. I was hard of hearing, so my hearing started to deteriorate, but language is my thing. So when I was able to take the test, you know, was able to figure out and decipher the English. You know, but unfortunately, not everyone has that experience with and comfort with English. So I did request to have extended time. I had time and a half as an accommodation. And with the first test, I did have extended time. And they've had that for a long time. And that, you know, I took some tests even before the ADA came into being. But I was able to easily pass the exam, you know, just like any, because it's a standardized test. But the reason why I was able to pass is due to that extended time. It gave me time to write the English and to figure out what I wanted to say. I'm not a hearing person. I can't hear very much, but I had to sit and think about what sounded right and then pick that answer. You know, as opposed to someone who's a native speaker of the language. So I was able to look over the different multiple choice questions and figure out which ones were wrong and narrow it down that way. But it wasn't, I base everything based on something other than hearing the language. So my experience with it is very different. You know, some people, they hear the language and they're able to pick it up easier. People that speak first and able to read, but for deaf people, hard of hearing people, we have to approach it very differently. So that was just kind of my experience. The extended time really was helpful. And so I did, yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Monty. I'm over time. There were a couple more points I wanted to touch on, but we have more panels, so I think we'll have an opportunity to touch on them. So let me again thank all the members of this panel. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. Thank you to all of the witnesses. As Councilmember White said, we do have quite a lengthy list to get through, so we're going to go on to the next panel. For those of you who are here, you will be put back into the witness room, and then we will call up the next panel of 7. Christy Love, President of the Association of Black Social Workers, Metro DC. Angelo Boone, Executive Director of the Consortium of Child Welfare. Christian Green. Michael Massey, who's Professor, National Catholic School of Social Work Services. Karen Cunningham, Executive Director of Everyone Home DC. Karen Osteli, who's a Senior Director Behavioral Health Transition at Catholic Charities, and Christy Respress from Pathways. I believe that is 7. And I see Christy Love. So Christy, why don't you go ahead and get started?
Hey, good morning. Hold on just a minute, sorry. All right. First, Councilwoman Henderson, I just want to say the work group for Maryland hasn't started. I know Senator Mary Washington wasn't able to answer your question, but they have not started. They're still working on it. Still working on starting. Okay. Good morning. I am Christy Love, President of the Association of Black Social Workers, Metro DC chapter. Thank you, Council Member Henderson, the Committee on Health, and Council Member Robert White, who introduced the bill. On behalf of the National Association of Black Social Workers, know that I regard as my primary obligation the welfare of the Black individual, Black family, and Black community, and will engage in action for improving social conditions. I give precedence to this mission over my personal interests. I am in support of the Social Work License Modernization Amendment Act of 2023 with particular attention to exempt associate and graduate social workers from examination for licensure, and to form a task force to identify an assessment method for independent social work licensure. In addition to the exemption of the exam, we would like to add that the task force includes a designated member of the National Association of Black Social Workers, Metro DC chapter. The exam should remain an option for those who desire to take it, but we have to consider other pathways to clinical licensure. We cannot dismiss the statistical findings that ASWB released in 2022. Supporting this bill is a starting point to a larger conversation that addresses ASWB's tactics of harmful gatekeeping. ASWB's statistical evidence is clear, yet it's unclear how they plan to address these findings. As Black social workers, we cannot move in an individualistic world. I charge us to practice living out the principles of Nguzo Saba with great attention to unity, self-determination, collective work and responsibility, and creativity. This profession is not a one-size-fits-all, yet we refuse to be creative on how a professional social worker can reach the clinical level. This bill eliminates a barrier. Social workers are change agents that assist individuals to decrease barriers. The exam has become a barrier to a social worker's professional and personal growth. ABSW Metro DC chapter supports this bill because it removes unnecessary barriers to social workers. We do not want to minimize our professionalism. We want to provide an equal opportunity to all social workers who have studied and completed a CSWE accredited MSW program in order to work in DC around the areas of housing, schools, behavioral health, community-based organizations, and mental health. We are advocating to be included on the task force that will fight for social justice within the social work profession. We believe ASWB should take responsibility and be held accountable for their racist and harmful gatekeeping tactics that have impacted Black and Brown people. We support this bill with amendments in mind that provide additional pathways to licensure. Please consider passing the bill to ensure DC residents are served and DC social workers can provide services. Asante Sana, thank you.
Thank you. Angela Boone. Okay. I don't see Christian Green. Michael Massey. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for having me. Thank you, Chairperson Henderson and the committee members. I am Mike Massey, and I'm an assistant professor of social work at Catholic University, and my testimony represents my individual views. I'm urging you to fully support this bill as currently written. I've been studying this issue for several years, and I can tell you that the evidence clearly shows this to be a safe, effective, common sense policy that will immediately increase and diversify DC's social work workforce, mitigating decades of harm caused by the exam. So people defending these exams claim they protect the public, but the claim has no basis in reality or in data. What the data does overwhelmingly show is that the exams are a machine of inequality and racial stratification. Year after year, well-prepared and competent Black and Brown, older and other social work graduates are delayed in practicing or completely cut off out from the profession based solely on these exams. Over the 10-year period of exam outcome data we have, nearly 500 social workers of color have been impacted in DC alone. More devastating is that DC communities needing good social workers are being denied service. This does not protect the public. So some may think that the bill is an attempt to lower standards because of outcome disparities, but this is based on the false presumption that the exam is a standard of social work competence. But in truth, after 40 years of testing, no evidence, and I mean none, supports this claim. On the other hand, there is significant research that raises serious questions about the exam's validity. Given this reality, the National Association of Social Workers concluded that they could not support this exam's, quote, unnecessary gatekeeping and discrimination because it, quote, does not conform with industry testing standards. Further, there is no evidence that the exam ensures competence or prevents misconduct or unethical practice, unquote. This could not be any clearer. Importantly, about 25% of the 50 states do not use the bachelor or master's exams as a barrier to social work, and many haven't used them for years with no public safety issues. As you heard, Illinois eliminated the master's exams in 2021 with no public safety issues. Other states have responded. In 2023, Utah, Rhode Island, and Connecticut passed similar bills, and more states are likely to follow. As a social work professor in DC, I've seen excellent students graduate and then stagnate as they're denied jobs and opportunity. They clearly demonstrated readiness for the difficult and nuanced demands of social work in their classes and in their hundreds of hours of required supervised field work. Many of these students, who are mostly Black, want to serve people with a shared culture and background of their own communities. Yet, a multiple choice exam, unsupported by evidence, bars them from doing so. And we're all lesser for it. The proposed bill eliminates the needless and redundant bachelor's and master's level exams and sets up a task force to seek fair and meaningful alternative standards for independent licensure. It's an easy, safe, and effective way of starting to address our social services and mental health workforce shortage and righting a wrong that has harmed our communities for far, far too long. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Karen Cunningham.
Good morning, Chairperson Henderson and members of
Morning.
the Committee on Health. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Karen Cunningham, and I am a Ward 1 voter and Executive Director of Everyone Home DC. Founded in 1967, Everyone Home DC's mission is to support the holistic needs of individuals and families at risk of or experiencing homelessness in the district. I'm testifying today in enthusiastic support of the Social Work License Modernization Amendment Act of 2023. Today, you will hear important and compelling testimony from my colleagues about how social work licensing exams have no correlation with competence and how they are preventing qualified BIPOC, older, deaf, and non-native English-speaking social workers from working in the field. I will focus on how passing this legislation is a vital step towards ending homelessness in the district. The passage of the legislation will immediately increase the number of qualified licensed graduate social workers in the district. This increase of highly qualified licensed social workers will advance the mission of Everyone Home DC by enabling us to build our team from a larger pool of talented and diverse licensed social workers, and will quickly increase our capacity to help our clients achieve safe and stable housing. Everyone Home DC prioritizes hiring people with social work degrees as the tenets of social work align with the values of our organization. Social workers are trained to understand and develop solutions through both micro and macro frameworks. They build strong and healthy relationships through empathic and active listening, approach their work from a person-centered and strengths-based perspective, possess strong critical thinking and problem-solving skills, and are adept at maintaining healthy boundaries. Something particularly important in our line of work is the ability to contextualize individual challenges within larger systems of oppression, because we know that homelessness is the result of broken systems. Social workers are not only well suited for this work, but licensed social workers are essential to our ability to end homelessness, and I'll explain why. Everyone Home DC was thrilled with the district's necessary and significant increase in funding to the city's permanent supportive housing program in the FY22 and FY23 budgets. To help implement these resources, Everyone Home DC eagerly entered into a human care agreement with the Department of Human Services to provide permanent supportive housing for single adults and families. This iteration of PSH is funded through Medicaid, which requires us to have a licensed independent clinical social worker on our team in order to bill for services. Our organization must therefore build a pipeline of licensed social workers to maintain a deep bench of LICSWs to continue doing this life-changing work. Increasing the number of PSH case managers who are also LGSWs and further honing their social work skills so they can progress to becoming LICSWs is necessary for the health of our program and the health of the district's PSH program as a whole. As it stands now, when hiring and choosing between candidates with social work degrees, we're forced to hire the licensed candidate, even if they are less experienced, less qualified, and less passionate about ending homelessness. This also means that we are more likely to hire white candidates over people of color because so many social workers of color are excluded from licensure by a biased exam. It is our firm belief that removing the exam will enhance our workforce and increase the quality of work provided by our organization and other social services, behavioral health, educational, and mission-driven organizations across the city. While I'm a big fan of social workers, I am not one. I'm a lawyer. And it strikes me that you can graduate from law school, pass the bar, and start practicing law without any actual relevant work experience. And once licensed, there is no ongoing supervision requirement, nor does the district require ongoing legal education. In contrast, a social worker must have over 1,000 hours of supervised field work in order to graduate with an MSW, be supervised by a more experienced social worker with a higher level of licensure, and receive continuing education credits every year in order to practice in the district. Social workers are required to be more prepared for and are more supported in their early practice years than lawyers. The licensing exam adds nothing but an arbitrary barrier that excludes diverse and highly qualified social workers from doing the work our city and our most marginalized residents so desperately need them to do. DC should be excited to be at the forefront of implementing a new pathway to licensure for social workers and put justice into action. It is our belief that this will happen in DC and across the country. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. We urge you to blaze this trail and pass the Social Work License Modernization Act. Thank you.
Thank you. Karen Ostley.
Good morning, Chair Henderson and members of the Committee on Health. Thank you for the opportunity to address the council today. My name is Karen Ostley. I'm a Senior Director at Catholic Charities of the Archdiocese of Washington in our behavioral health programs. I'm also a licensed independent clinical social worker and resident of Ward 6. Catholic Charities provides a full continuum of behavioral health services to meet the whole health needs of DC's most vulnerable adults and children. Our services include outpatient mental health services through our freestanding mental health clinic, a full range of core services, assertive community treatment, school-based mental health, and children and adolescent mobile psychiatric services known as CHAMPS. I request your support of the Social Work License Modernization Amendment Act of 2023. This is an important bill to bring needed reform to the social work licensing process. I know all of you are acutely aware of the staffing crisis in behavioral health programs across the city. And the district and the current licensure exam requirements are keeping us from hiring qualified and competent LSWA and LGSW level social workers to fill critical positions. I'm also looking forward to the task force recommendations for the LICSW and LISW level licenses. In the 40 years of existence, the social work licensing exams have never been correlated with safe and competent social work practice. And in fact, the data shows they actively discriminate against BIPOC, older, non-native English speaking, and deaf social workers. Eliminating exam requirements would not be lowering standards. It would be acknowledging the false standards that are reinforcing racial discrimination and shortchanging our communities. It's also important to acknowledge, even without exams, social workers have a high bar for licensure. They must graduate from an accredited school of social work, obtain 1,000 hours of closely supervised practice, fulfill continuing education requirements, and get a criminal background check. Taken together, that is more than an adequate baseline of training and competence. In my almost 20 years with Catholic Charities, I have directly witnessed the impact of the exam requirement on our ability to hire and retain social workers, and it's contributing to the staffing crisis in our city. We haven't been open to new intakes or referrals for some of our programs because we haven't been able to hire and retain sufficient staff to provide the services. We know there are children who are put on waiting lists for therapy in the schools because we haven't been able to fill vacancies. We also know there are qualified candidates with social work degrees to work in our programs and provide community-based services. But our hands are tied if they haven't been able to get licensed because of the racially biased ASWB exam. I've personally supervised individuals who worked in our programs, went back to school to earn a master's in social work to advance their knowledge to better serve our clients, but have been forced to leave because they haven't passed the exam and then can't work without a social work license. These have been some of our best staff as they demonstrated they have the desire, experience, and education and come directly from the communities of the people we serve. Who better to make a positive impact in the lives of our clients? Our social work code of ethics calls on us to challenge social injustice and work to dismantle systems that continue to oppress individuals and groups. Advocating to eliminate the biased ASWB exam from a licensing requirement embodies this core value and principle of our social work code of ethics. To close, I urge you once again to support the Social Work License Modernization Amendment Act of 2023. Thank you for your time and consideration, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Karen. I will have some questions. Christy?
Hi, good morning, Councilmember Henderson. Thank you for having me, and council members and staff. My name is Christy Respress. I'm the president and CEO of Pathways to Housing DC. Each year, Pathways prevents and helps end homelessness for over 3,500 people in DC and in Maryland. We do that by providing behavioral health, supportive housing, and street outreach services with our staff of over 150. I'm here today to testify in full support of the Social Work Modernization Act of 2023. I won't go over the data regarding the test because you're hearing it and you're going to hear some more from so many people about the detrimental impact this exam requirement has on bringing qualified social workers to the district. As you will hear repeatedly, there is no data linking the passing of the exam to good social work practice, but there is data showing the incredible racial, language, and age disparities of pass rates among test takers. Pathways currently employs 6 LICSWs and another half dozen LASWs and LGSWs. Our LICSWs are fully in support of this act because they know that it would bring more qualified bachelor's and master's level clinicians into our agency and that they could provide the ongoing clinical supervision needed to succeed and hopefully move on to become LICSWs themselves. Pathways relies on the whole person, strength-centered clinical expertise of social workers. One of the ways, in many ways, we employ social workers is on our behavioral health programs. We operate 2 DBH certified assertive community treatment or ACT teams. ACT is the highest level of outpatient mental health care available in the community. The service is a critical part of the behavioral health services continue in DC, and there's an incredible need to expand the program. Us, like Catholic Charities, have been closed, or Anchor, I should say, have been closed to new intakes for a very long time. We know, for example, there are people living in DHS-funded permanent supportive housing programs like ours who are in need of ACT services to help them recover from behavioral health challenges. And while we would love to grow our ACT program to meet the need, we are unable to do so because we literally cannot recruit enough staff to do this work. There's a nationwide shortage of behavioral health staff and an even greater shortage of people interested and willing to do the sacred work of community-based mental health. People come to work to Pathways because they believe in our mission. And we've had many, many applicants over the last several years apply for positions on our ACT teams who have experience in the field, but because they have a social work degree and are not licensed, we weren't even able to interview them. If we did, because they are unlicensed, our agency could be fined and our LICSW social workers would face sanctions. I want to say clearly that I am not here today advocating to support this act just due to workforce challenges. I'm here because the test is racially biased. There is no data linking a person's ability to pass this test to good social work practice, period. I'm here testifying because this test is causing actual harm to the social workers who earn degrees from accredited universities, completed field work under the supervision of licensed social workers, and who would enter the field remaining under the supervision of licensed social workers. Dropping the ASWB exam as a requirement for licensure at the LASW and LGSW level and talking future at the LICSW level, it won't solve the workforce shortage. No one solution will, but it is one of the many levers that we can pull that would have an immediate effect. Eliminating the exam requirement would quickly bring qualified bachelor's and master's level practitioners to agencies like ours, where we could continue to invest in their ongoing professional development. You're hearing from many people today, primarily social workers, I am one, who are passionate about this legislation, both for and against. And I urge you to make decisions based on data and not feelings and fear mongering. If passed, this act will only bring more qualified social workers under clinical supervision. And isn't that what we want? There's no risk that we concede to residents of the district to license social workers at the bachelor's and master's level while working under the clinical supervision of an LICSW without the requirements of an antiquated, racist, ageist, and ableist test. There are bad apples in every field, and we will continue, as we do now, to bring any concerns about unethical social workers directly to the Social Work Board. Thank you.
Thank you. We will do a 5-minute round for this group. I want to thank you all for testifying. Christy, don't go anywhere. I want to ask you first. So one of the things that I've been hearing is, if someone has a master's of social work degree, but they haven't passed the exam or haven't been licensed, I can't hire them or I will otherwise be penalized. Is that that can't be for all the positions that are available.
It is for all this. Yes, it's Councilman. The scope of social work is so wide, the scope of practice, that anything under the scope of practice, which the board could share with you, is considered social work. And so case management is social work, even though it can be done by people from any other number of disciplines. If you have a social work degree, you cannot do it unless you're licensed. So,
what if I didn't have a social work degree? Could I be hired as a case manager?
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. And if you were,
I don't know, I'm getting some skeptical looks from Karen and Karen.
If you were a social worker, could you be hired as a case manager is what you asked?
Right. I'm just trying to understand if I'm a caseworker, if the functions of my job are to help someone navigate the system.
Yeah. Right.
Why do I need to be a licensed social worker to accomplish that work?
You don't. You can have other degrees, but if you have your degree in social work, you must be licensed in order to practice. So for example, if you have a psychology degree or a degree in forensics or a degree in any number of helping professions, even a master's in divinity, let's say, you could do the work. And many people do. But if you are a person with a social work degree, you are considered practicing without license, which would put you and the agency hiring you and the social worker at your agency at risk of being sanctioned because you are working without a license, which is illegal under the scope of the DC Board of Social Work.
Okay. Does anyone else want to jump in on this? That was helpful.
Council. So yes, to answer your question, I think she heard your question wrong. Anybody with a degree can be a case manager, but if you are a person with a master's in social worker, they may hire you as a case manager, but eventually you're going to have the licensure. So a person with a degree in any other field can be a case manager as long as they like. But if you're a social worker, a person with a master's in social work, you have to be licensed, or your company and you will be fined.
Okay.
Yeah, and can I
Karen?
just, yeah,
ahead.
I just wanted to add to that. I think Christy mentioned, if you have a BSW or an MSW, we can't even hire you. And that's where we've had before, I think it was, I don't know, 10, 13 years ago, where we could, and we had some people with MSWs that were working in our community support program.
Mhm.
We had to give them, and they were all happened to be Black or, you know, they're Black or African from different African countries that had to then try to pass the exam. We gave them 6 months. They did not pass the exam, and we had to terminate their employment. So they had been working in the position because they could not pass the exam. They could not stay hired as our employee. And as Christy said, we've had people apply, especially BSWs. We get that they want to apply. They're then going to go on to get their MSW, but they can't work in those positions if they're not licensed. So
Is there, yeah, there used to be a council member who would say, you know, I throw the baby out with the bathwater. And I'm just trying to understand, is there a way to sort of narrowly needle this to address the issues, the very real issues that you all are raising, but also the concerns that, you know, an earlier panelist said, oh, an exam is vetoing sort of the statement or the affirmation from a university that this person is qualified. I think we can all admit, though, not every university is made equal in terms of the quality of whatever their programming is. And so I'm trying to sort of measure this by us putting the board and the staff in a, how do you evaluate whether or not someone is that, you know, that endorsing someone to say you are going to provide safe and quality practice. How do you do that without an exam in this sort of licensing space? But I'm over my time. I try to practice what I preach. Councilmember White. We might come back for another round. Councilmember White.
Thank you, Chairperson Henderson. Let me start with Professor Massey and commend you for the fine art in your background. I like it. You mentioned in your testimony that nearly 500 social workers of color have been impacted by the exam. Can you expound on that?
Sure. And thanks for the compliment. That's my daughter Mabel did that. She also supports this bill. Yeah, so the 500 number was, we looked at the data in DC. And we looked at this was focused particularly on the racial disparities. And what we did is said, if all of the social work graduates passed at the same rates as white test takers did, that this is how many more essentially social workers we would have licensed in DC right now. And it's a massive number. That's just 10 years. So in actuality, that's only counting the racial disparities. If we look at disparities around age and ability, et cetera, we're talking more than that. So yeah, I'll answer that question. I have some responses to Councilmember Henderson, but maybe now is not the time.
So some folks have suggested that rather than eliminate the exam, we should fix it. Professor Massey, why not fix the exam?
So there's a couple answers to that. That one, an exam, and particularly a multiple choice exam, is just on its face not appropriate to be able to measure the competence of a social worker who has a very nuanced and complex job to do around, people working with people. I think the larger answer to that is that right now we have a monopoly in terms of who makes the test and who distributes and who profits largely from the test. ASWB is sitting on $30+ million in assets. They just rake in money about this with this over 40 years. And they have been, their stance has been denial and deception over the course of that 40 years. And so when we say we need to fix the exam, that puts the responsibility back in an organization that has acted unethically, irresponsibly, and has ignored the calls that have been happening since this started, right? They just, after 40 years, released demographic past data. It took them 40 years to just do that. And that was under great pressure. So this wasn't an act of generosity on their part. So we have a lot of things that social workers are doing right now in school. They're in the field while they're in school. The folks that work in agencies right now are having to fire or not hire people they know are qualified because of the exam. We don't need it for the bachelor's and master's level. Clearly, we don't need it.
I
The
appreciate
evidence
it.
is
Let me
very clear.
pause you there and move to Karen Cunningham from Everyone Home DC. If this bill passes, will you have concerns or reservations about hiring social workers who are licensed under the new requirement that don't require an exam for passage?
Absolutely not. And for all of the reasons that you're hearing about, social workers already have to have a lot of supervised practice experience before they can even graduate with a master's in social work. And the licensing will still require them to be supervised by more experienced social workers with a higher level license, and they have to do continuing education credit in order to maintain their license. There are so many other more valuable ways of ensuring that social workers are performing their jobs in ways that are safe and ethical and supporting our clients. I have absolutely no reservations about that whatsoever.
Thank you. Karen, is it Ostley? Sorry.
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. What challenges do you experience in hiring social workers at the bachelor's and master's levels?
Well, I think the biggest challenge at the bachelor's level is the requirement for the exam. Because I think a lot of people come in at the bachelor's level and don't even realize they need to be licensed. And then when they hear about the requirement and the cost, they decline to do it. So we can't hire them at that level. And I said, a lot of the bachelor's level are going on to college based, so they may, going on to get their master's. And we can't hire anybody that doesn't have that license. And I just wanted to kind of address the idea that I know I've heard this, that it's the different program that people go to that may be, the issue. But I know we also have a program here at Catholic Charities where we have students at Catholic University. They do their internship. We have a donor that has provided funding to pay for their, scholarship money to pay for their coursework. And so they're getting the same education. They're doing intensive internships with us. And it's the Black and brown people that are having challenges with passing the exam. I've seen people coming out of that same program, and some have taken the test 3 times and they're not working. And it's a burden for them financially, and it's demoralizing. So I would challenge the assumption that it's the program and not the test.
I appreciate that, and I am over time. I apologize for that. Thank you so much to this panel. Thank you, Chairperson Henderson.
Thank you. I just one other question before I go into the next panel. Are you all in favor of the social work licensure compact? that isn't what we are dealing with today. I know that is something that, you know, folks are considering, but my understanding is that to be part of the compact, you have to have the exam. And the same arguments there around this will help increase the number of individuals that we have available to us. So I'm just kind of curious. Just a thought. It hasn't been introduced here, but I'm just wondering.
I can start that. I think most social workers want more portability and transferability of their licenses. Yeah.
I'm sorry, Mr. Massey, can you speak up just to?
Oh, sure. Sorry. I think most social workers are in favor of increasing portability and transferability of their licenses across, you know, states and localities. There is a problem that, you know, from my standpoint, there's still some language in the compact that could be changed, but that is changeable. The other thing to keep in mind is you can still join the compact. So passing this bill would not preclude us from joining the compact. It may, you know, based on what the compact says, it may limit certain portability for folks, but I think we'll see that changing as more states and DC recognize what's happening here, the reality that these exams are causing. So I think this is a start of something, of a way to kind of pursue the compact, but pursue it in a way that's more equitable and fair for all social workers.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you guys again so much for being here. And I'm sure this will be an ongoing conversation. It is a conversation that we've been having for quite some time around how do we get more folks into the social work profession. And so we'll keep talking. But thank you again for being here. We'll go into the next panel of witnesses. Rachel Doyle, Kimberly Sims, Lisa Kays, Benita Schaller, Katrina Carter, Andrea Harrell, and Jolia Gorman. Okay, and I see Rachel here. So Rachel, why don't you go ahead and get started?
All right, thank you. 1 second. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I especially thank Councilmember White for listening to petition signers, social workers, and DC residents and putting forth this important legislation. My name is Rachel Doyle. I have worked in DC for almost 20 years, been a social worker for 12, and a supervisor for the past 6. I'm a field instructor, meaning I guide future social workers while they are in their master's program internships. This means I get to know my students and their practice very well over the course of a year. I have provided supervision to multiple talented Black social workers who then struggle to pass our licensing exams. These exams are flawed and do not measure social work competence. Many of my colleagues and I who have passed these exams assess supervisees as ready to begin their careers. We are then told that a multiple choice exam supersedes our judgment, even in a human-centered profession such as social work. It pains me to witness so much wasted talent because of this invalid, biased exam. Supervisors are much better equipped to assess social workers than an exam. It is abundantly clear that these tests do filter out social workers. However, they filter by identity rather than competence. NASW's president, Dr. Anthony Estreet, said at Catholic University's social work graduation ceremony this spring, quote, "The most powerful tools in our toolbox include respect, inclusion, empathy, dignity, collaboration, advocacy, diversity, quality, and hope." I agree with him, and I think you'll agree that none of these are measured well through a multiple choice exam. Supervision, however, both assesses and enhances these skills. I would not be here today if there were any evidence that ASWB tests did what they say they do, but there's no evidence that these exams are correlated with safe and competent practice, nor that they protect the public. ASWB has had 40 years to correct the many flaws within its exams. It is past time to stop giving them chances. I can also tell you that colloquially, The vast majority of test prep is based on two premises. One, answer the way the test wants you to answer, not the way you would actually do it. And two, answer like a Midwestern white woman would. I'd like to say I'm joking, but I have actually received feedback that this advice was helpful when I started passing it along. It is also important that you know that DC right now has many actively practicing social workers who were grandfathered and have never passed a licensing exam. There's no evidence that these social workers perform any differently than those who have. Not only do these exams not protect anyone, they are actively harming the public by keeping out talented BIPOC, older, bilingual, and deaf social workers. We are in a mental health crisis and a workforce shortage. We know the importance of having service providers reflect the diverse communities they serve, and this exam is a major barrier to that alignment of care. This bill is a giant step forward to reduce harm in DC. With your help, we can get more social workers where we belong, in our schools, hospitals, mental health clinics, healthcare centers, substance abuse treatment facilities, and social service agencies. Thank you.
Thank you. Kimberly Sims?
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Kimberly Sims, and I am proud to be a licensed graduate social worker and resident of the District of Columbia. I'm also a former teacher of African American history, and what I will say today to voice my strong support of the Social Work License Modernization Amendment Act of 2023 will be grounded in a historical perspective. I think it's important for everyone here to know. When the ASWB released data showing that people like me, Black social workers in the District of Columbia, pass entry-level standardized licensure exams at half the rate of white social workers here, I want to be honest, I was sad, but quickly became furious. Any test that so many Black social workers in the District of Columbia cannot pass is invalid, and I'll tell you why. The requirement to take a standardized test to become a licensed social worker only dates back to the early 1980s. This implementation occurred over the objections of many Black social workers who feared the outcome we are seeing now. It is time to correct this misguided choice. Black social work excellence in the District of Columbia is a much older and deeper tradition. It goes back over 100 years to a time when white social work establishment did not believe we were capable of becoming professional social workers, or that Black people as a group deserved access to social work services. Black social workers in the District of Columbia did not listen to this. Instead, we fought, building a Black social work tradition of professionalism, quality, compassion, and a practice rooted in our knowledge and love of our community. The Phyllis Wheatley YWCA, the first YWCA branch founded by and for African Americans, is here in DC. The Black social workers in the District of Columbia who built and sustained this institution looked out for the needs of Black people living here when no one else would. Developing youth programs, supporting us during the Depression and 2 world wars. Dorothy Height, a Black social worker in the District of Columbia who served as the head of the Phyllis Wheatley YWCA during World War II, used insights gained from her work in our community to expose the evil impacts of legalized segregation in DC and help dismantle it. Whitney Young Jr., the executive director of the National Urban League, was a Black social worker in the District of Columbia who drew on decades of working with and for Black people to become a powerful and effective advocate for our rights at the highest level of the federal government. The positive impact of the Howard University School of Social Work on this nation is too vast to be measured. Its students and faculty, many of whom are Black social workers in the District of Columbia, have played a central role in reshaping social work research and education to reflect the unique and valuable insights of Black people. To conclude, any test that does not reflect the excellence, the dedication, the competence, and the contributions of Black social workers in the District of Columbia before the early 1980s is not a valid test. I encourage everyone to reflect on all that we have done before this test was required and all that we will do once we have removed yet another barrier designed to limit us. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see Lisa K's. Oh,
I'm here.
Oh, I see you now. There you
Okay.
are. Go ahead.
All right. Good morning, Chair Henderson and council members. Thank you for allowing me to share my enthusiastic support for this critical legislation. I'm Lisa Kays, and I've been a DC social worker since 2011. I run a successful practice in DuPont Circle and have been an ASWB continuing education provider since 2015. I want you to know that I will not renew my ASWB credentials because their role in perpetuating systemic harm makes it impossible for me to voluntarily align with them and not be in violation of the Social Work Code of Ethics. Despite an MSW GPA of 3.9 and exceptional marks from supervisors, I failed practice exams repeatedly because the exam has little to do with our actual education and practice. Early in my career, I had to report my supervisor to the board for unethical conduct. I can't know the outcome of that investigation, but I do know they found he had no records of our supervision, a basic requirement of his role. He passed his ASWB exams. Having published on and taught ethics for nearly a decade, I can assure you that our profession, like any other, is made up of ethical practitioners and problematic ones, all of whom have passed these exams. The idea that the exam protects us from bad actors is unequivocally false. It is a fantasy. It's not reality. It is important to keep in mind that not only does it cost nothing for the gatekeepers of my profession to maintain this fantasy, many benefit from it by making money from test prep and having less competition for clients. It makes millions for the ASWB. The true cost is paid by actual aspiring social workers and the communities like ours that they can't serve. People like my current Latina, second-generation immigrant, Spanish-speaking supervisee, who has sat for her clinical exam 5 times. Instead of spending the last 5 years gaining advanced clinical knowledge, she has spent nearly $2,000 studying for and retaking a standardized test. She is beyond demoralized, and it's an effort for her to justify staying in this profession. Here's how many points she's been off on each attempt: 5, then 1, then 9, then 2, then 1. I find these numbers to be meaningless after sitting with her in over 11 months of supervision, where I observe her actual skill, thinking, and ethics. Without hesitation, I would sign my name right now in front of all of you to her ability to practice independently. I can't, though, because a biased, highly flawed multiple choice test is valued more highly by the DC Board of Social Work than my assessment. This racist exam is taken more seriously than I am, despite my decade of advanced expertise in this field. When you consider DC's shortage of bilingual clinicians and practitioners working with children, and she is both, my supervisee is a unicorn. Why are we gatekeeping her and risking her leaving our profession? Why are we depriving our city of a desperately needed clinician? Is it worth it? In service of a myth about public safety that we know to be false? I urge you to support this bill as introduced. Thank you.
Thank you. Benita, scholar.
Good morning. Hi, how's everybody today? I'm on here in favor of the Social Work License Modernization Amendment Act of 2023. I too came into this practice as my second career. I started out in business. So my undergrad is business. So I moved forward to social services with my master's degree. I am one of the people who have experienced the challenges of not being able to get jobs or being turned down for jobs because I'm not licensed. Being told, can I get my license in 60 days? Can I get my license in 90 days? No, I can't. I have paid for supervision. I have submitted my package twice for licensure. It's currently pending for licensure now. Submitted a package for Maryland as well. I've paid somewhere about $1,500 so far. Working in the field about 15 years, worked at various agencies. I was a psych associate, master's level at the prison system for Maryland at Patuxent Institution in the Women's Prison of Maryland at one time for a few years. I have worked at Shepherd Pratt for 5 or 6 years in psychiatric hospital. I've worked with CSOSA, funded program for assisting women with reentry into the system. I used to go pick up former inmates from a correctional facility and transport them to our program. I've had a multitude of jobs, 6 to 7 years at DC General, working as a case coordinator with our vulnerable clients that were in the shelter before it closed. Veterans Administration case manager, worked in all these jobs, but anytime I would go for a position in the last 5 years, I think it was around 2017 or so, when I would go for a position in DC as anything, case coordinator, case worker, anything like that, they stopped me at the door. Do you have your license? No, they will not accept my other degree, but they will, like she said, like several people said, they will allow other people to work who are not licensed, who don't have a master's degree in that field. But I'm not out of work. They say can't even talk to me because I have a master's degree and I have to be licensed. So I find this to be very biased. I find this to be detrimental. I also am 12 hours for my doctorate of counseling psychology, but I ran out of money, couldn't continue to go to school. And the pay disparity is something to, fighting so hard for a job that's paying $45,000, $50,000 when anybody else with as much education as I have probably is making upwards in their practice, in their field, probably making closer to $100,000. Without my license, with the license, I would double my pay. So with my license, I'll be coming in at the rate I work, because the way I work, I would probably be closer to $80,000, $80,000 to $100,000, because I used to work a job and a half. So, but without my license, this is, the disparity and the economic disadvantages are just great. And so I would like for this to change, and hopefully you will consider this moving forward. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak.
Thank you. Katrina Carter. Okay. Andrea Harrell.
I'm here.
Yes, go ahead. Present your testimony.
Good morning and greetings to everyone and our esteemed council members. Thank you for this opportunity to testify. My name is Andrea Harrell. I am a district resident and a licensed clinical social worker of 29 years with the district government. I come before you today to oppose the social work license modernization bill. In 1994, I graduated from the School of Social Work at Howard University. At this time, Child and Family Services Agency was involved in the LaShawn lawsuit. The agency had representatives come to Howard to actively recruit graduating social workers to address a shortage which impacted services. We were provided with a provisional license until we could take and pass the social work exam. This addressed the social work shortage and helped to keep children and families of the district safe. I stayed with CFSA for 6 years, and within that time obtained my LICSW, Independent Clinical Social Work License. It wasn't entirely easy, but for the population I was serving and the work I wanted to do, it was and is still needed. In order to fully and appropriately identify and address the myriad of issues that the children and families of the district present with, social workers with the appropriate training, background, and licensure is vital. I implore you to invest in social work and social workers. Please do not do a disservice to your constituents, the children, adults, and families by shortchanging them on the quality of professional service they deserve. This would not be asked of other professional licensing bodies. Social workers are change agents and have a strong legacy of advocating for the disenfranchised. Well, today we are the disenfranchised and want to advocate for our profession and the predecessors who fought to have social work recognized as a profession. If there is a racial bias in the licensing exam, then we should be advocating to review and change the exam. If there is a shortage of social workers, then there should be concerted efforts to actively recruit and retain social workers locally and nationally. If a social worker needs time to prepare for the exam, DC should reinstitute the provisional license that was offered in 1994. The police department is currently offering $25,000 to join the force. DC should similarly offer incentives for social workers, such as signing bonuses and competitive salaries. Again, please invest in social work. Give our past, current, and future social workers the respect we have fought for and deserve. Thank you.
Thank you. Jolia Gorman.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Jolia Gorman. Good morning, Chair Henderson and members of the Committee on Health. I am a school-based mental health therapist at Mary Center, partnered with a DC public charter school, and I have been a licensed social worker for 5 years in DC, 2 as an LGSW and 3 as an LICSW. And the entirety of my work has been in the school-based mental health program, funded in large part through the DC Department of Behavioral Health. In this program, licensed social workers and counselors spend our working hours in a school building, providing prevention, early intervention, and intensive mental health services. We are meeting students, staff, and families where they're at, literally. I love this job and the access it provides for students all over the city. And if there were people like me and my colleagues in every school in DC, which is the dream of the program, students in every school would have easy access to mental health services, but there aren't. There's a huge shortage of school-based clinicians and social workers, and the Social Work License Modernization Amendment Act of 2023 will directly impact this shortage. Thus, I request your support of this act. This is an important bill to bring needed reform to the social work licensing process. I'm thrilled that if passed, these exams will no longer keep competent LSWA and LGSW level social workers from doing vital work with vulnerable Washington, DC residents. We are in a mental health crisis and a workforce shortage, and we need more competent social workers in DC. In their 40 years of existence, social work licensing exams have never been correlated with safe and competent social work practice, even after revisions because of the racist policies. Not only are they not effective measurement tools, they actively discriminate against BIPOC, older, non-native English speaking, and deaf social workers. Rather than watering down the licensure process or delegitimizing the profession, this legislation will bring greater legitimacy to our profession. Our current license standards, minus the exam requirement, are sufficient for social work at the lower license levels. All applicants for the lower license levels have to complete an accredited graduate social work program, which always includes an intensive internship requirement. If social work students don't pass their internship from these accredited programs where they are actively practicing social work ethics and values, then they don't get their degree, which means they cannot apply for a license. As Rachel was talking about, when we're studying for the ASWB exams, we're told to be in exam brain rather than and get out of real work brain. That's because this test is not an effective way to measure a potential social worker's ability to be an effective social worker. Being a social worker does not translate to a multiple choice exam because people cannot be standardized. I encourage all of you to support this bill, and thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. And thank you to all of this panel of witnesses. And if you haven't given us your written testimony, please go back to the site and upload it, because I'm trying to take notes here, but some of you were dropping some gems that I want to go back and sort of look up some more. I want to follow up on a couple of things. Ms. Case, thank you so much for being here and for sharing your experience and background. As a supervisee, if you will, and then also someone who was supervised, in lieu of the exam, do you feel like there is some other alternative that would inform the board of social work around whether or not the person is qualified and should be licensed? Or do you feel like everything else that is required is sufficient?
I think that everything else that is required is sufficient. It's hard to convey the extensiveness of our supervision process and the way that we are scrutinized by multiple people. Most of our sites in the first 2 years, I had 3 to 4 supervisors looking at my work, scrutinizing it, looking at my documentation. We are informed and evaluated by a number of different people, and that process is rigorous. It's very, and what I want to convey too is that as a supervisor, we do say no. There were multiple people kicked out of my MSW program in the first year because they weren't demonstrating basic competence in their internship program. So this isn't like, oh, you give us your money and we let you graduate. Multiple people didn't make it through because of just basic competence issues. And as supervisors, we do say, and will not sign forms and say like, this person isn't going to be a fit. So to me, the rigor of that process is all that is needed. And the exam is so disparate from what we do and how we practice that I see it as like a nonsensical corollary, honestly. Our supervision process is serious.
Got it. Ms. Sims, I saw you shaking and nodding your head on that. I don't know if you wanted to add your thoughts on whether or not there's an alternative or if everything else but the exam is enough.
Honestly, I feel that, and one of the things that I would love to have the opportunity to also bring in that I haven't heard anyone talk about yet is how our curriculums in accredited schools of social work are very tightly controlled. The Council on Social Work Education makes sure that there are standards that programs meet and competencies that are taught. And that is in addition, right? So these curriculums are really, there's a lot of quality control there. So the curriculum is very standardized across programs. And that's in addition to all of the hard work that we do as students in internships where we are very closely supervised. And then 2 more years of really close supervision. And, I feel like it's really just actually incredibly rigorous and challenging. And the exam is like, it really has almost nothing to do with what I learned in my MSW program or what I do every day as a social worker.
So let me ask this, and I've heard this from some people, right? There is this, for whatever reason, and I'm saying whatever reason, because I'm not a social worker, so I'm not necessarily familiar with these organizations as intimately as you all, but people seem to like trust the Council of Social Work Education, but really give the side eye to the Association of Social Work Boards. Why?
Well, the Association of Social Work Boards, and I think there are people here that probably know a lot more because I know many people that I've talked to have spent so many years researching this entity, but it is really an entity that exists to extract money from social workers. And, they have the resources and the money to produce these standardized tests. The Council on Social Work Education is different, right? I certainly would not argue any of these things are perfect, but the Council on Social Work Education is an entity made up of people who really care about what social workers are learning, and they accept lots of feedback from people in the community, from other social workers, from educational leaders. In fact, I've looked at their historical papers, and they have a rich history of really, being in touch with people and trying to figure out what a social work education would look like. This isn't perfect, but it's a lot different than a very opaque entity who really exists to kind of make money off of standardized testing.
Okay, I'm gonna go over a little bit of my time, and then I'm gonna give Councilmember White some extra time too, because I want to bring Ms. Harrell into this conversation. Thank you so much for being here, and I do appreciate you raising some of the history that we've had here in the district, particularly some of the lawsuits and consent decrees that have been particularly around back at a time when some of our agencies struggled in terms of having enough social workers, having social workers who were well trained, all of these different pieces. But I guess my question is, do you feel like the exam is some sort of stopgap safety lever to ensure that everyone is sort of on the same level? Ms. Harrell?
Actually, I would agree with that at the time. Yes, I guess we just felt that it was an expectation, and it did. It was a stopgap, but it also kind of reinforced things that we needed to go further in our careers and further in what we were doing at that time.
Okay. All right. Thank you again for being here. Just hold on. Councilmember White, we'll have some questions for all of you. Councilmember White.
Thank you. And thank you to this panel. Let me start with Ms. Harrell. I appreciate you being here. And you mentioned a word in your testimony that I think is particularly important, and that is respect. I think there has been in recent years a significant ground shift in how the general population perceive and respect mental health and mental health professionals. And so I think when we think about the lens with which people look at mental health professionals, we shouldn't look back to how folks used to look at mental health professionals, but really look forward to sort of where we are now and what that looks like going forward. I just think that the respect is there more broadly. There's been a lot of discussion today about the rigorous education, training, supervision, which do speak to your points about the competence of people working. You mentioned a couple themes in your testimony: bias and shortage of social workers. Let me start with the issue of the shortage of social workers. With regard to this test, do you know of any evidence correlating the passage of this test and the competence of social workers?
Do I know? I don't have any data on that.
Okay. One of the recommendations you made or suggestions that you made, going back to, I guess, your early years in the profession, was having provisional licenses and to address a shortage. Now, we do have a shortage of social workers. My concern with that is that a provisional license doesn't address the well-known bias in the exam. And so what are your thoughts on creating a provisional license, but still leaving an exam with well-known bias?
I would actually feel that we could address both. Why couldn't we provide social workers, graduating social workers, with a provisional license while they're preparing to study for an exam, and creating a task force to address the bias or the reported bias in the exam?
I appreciate that. For me, in the way that I think about this, I'm not a practitioner as you are, but it would lead me back to my first question about the lack of any correlating evidence between passage of the exam and competence in the field. What I want to make sure is that we don't have a test for the sake of having a test, but that it meets a real need. And so I think we have a disagreement there, but I appreciate and very much respect your testimony. Let me ask Rachel Doyle, do you have thoughts on the idea of creating a provisional license?
I do. Thanks for asking. I would come back to a couple of things. One, we know that there's no proof that this exam measures what it says it does. And part of me thinks that, well, if the opposition really thought that this exam measured what it says it does, why would they be advocating for social workers to be able to practice without having passed this exam? So I think we must all be in some level of agreement that this exam doesn't actually measure anything. It measures the ability to take a test. Secondly, what will happen if we implement provisional license for 1 year, we're going to encounter the same issues that we had when the Board of Social Work tightened its definition of unlicensed social work, and we're going to end up with people who are doing their jobs well being fired, and that doesn't benefit anybody. That only benefits the ASWB and their testing fees.
Thank you. Ms. Scholler, you mentioned in your testimony that you paid, I think you said about $1,500 so far. What was that for?
I have submitted my licensure for the District of Columbia twice. I'm currently pending, and I submitted licensure for Maryland as well. And I paid for a 7-week course in-house where I had to go every Saturday for 7 weeks to take a 7-hour course. And I paid for online material. It's probably more. I'm sorry, I forgot about all that. I paid for online material. I've been paying for study guides, study books. So at $200, everybody in the field know how much the books cost: $200, $150, $100 a book. The prices add up.
Is there a test? Is there a fee for the test?
There is a fee for the test.
And is there a separate fee for an application?
The application, no, I apologize. I paid for the application. So the application to be reviewed and to allow you to then sit for the exam. So I'm on my second application, and with DC, and then I have one for with Maryland. One worker in Maryland, just FYI, I know it's not a DC issue, but for example, there's only one worker in Maryland for the whole board, and she was in a car accident. It's supposed to be a 60-day process. It took them 9 months to process my application, only to be told I needed a signature that I couldn't obtain. And that's why I didn't get my license in Maryland, which I would have then did reciprocal to DC. 9 months later, I was unable to get the license because my DON was, she had her master's in nursing and did not have her master's in social worker counseling. So the board refused my license packet. Nothing else was wrong with it. All they needed, I was at Shepherd Pratt. I was working in the field, psychiatric hospital. All they needed was a signature, and I couldn't obtain a signature from a direct supervisor. Let me restate that. They wouldn't accept a signature from no other person in the hospital continuum of Shepherd Pratt. If anybody knows how big that place is, that had to be my direct supervisor.
I'm sorry to hear that. If I could ask one more just quick question. Who administers the course that you take?
I apologize. Say it again.
The course that you take to prepare for the test, is that by like a private company or is that by
Yes,
ASWB?
yes. I apologize. I forgot the young lady's name. She is actually, she was a worker at CFSA for many years, and she went on to, I think, Innova Hospital Systems. I just forgot the name that she went under for her licensed business. She has a profitable licensed business, and she came highly recommended for people in the district.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you so much to this panel. Thank you,
No problem.
Chairperson Henderson.
Thank you again to this panel, and Chairman White. Later in the witness list, we do have the head of the Association of Social Work Boards here, so she might be able to answer some of the questions that Ms. Harrell was unable to answer. But thank you all again for being here, and we will go on to the next panel of witnesses. Will Doyle, Matthew DiCarlo, Rachel Johnston, Carol Wills, Mark Lavota, Sherilyn Pipkin, and Kelly Sweeney Mashane. Okay, I see Will, so we'll start there. Will?
Yeah, pardon my background. I had to move due to some noise upstairs. Good morning, Chair Henderson and council members. My name is Will Doyle, LICSW, and I'm highly in favor of this bill. I'm the Director of Housing Operations at Pathways to Housing DC, and have been a licensed social worker in DC for over 15 years. The ASWB released exam pass rate data in August 2022, calling into question whether we can continue to rely on ASWB exams as part of the social work licensing requirements. If there was any evidence of their underlying value, then finding ways to fix these exams to address pass rate disparities could be a reasonable response. However, in over 40 years of use, no such data has been produced. In response to 2023-FOIA-05123, requesting proof that the ASWB exams are reliable and valid, that the ASWB exams follow industry standards for psychometrics, that passing the ASWB exams is correlated with competence, ethical practice of social work, and public protection, the DC Department of Health responded that it did not have documents responsive to the request. How can we justify the continued use of ASWB exams when the Department of Health, tasked with regulating the practice of social work in DC, can't provide any information to support their use? From March 2020 to the present, 85 unlicensed social workers, individuals with a BSW or MSW from accredited social work programs, have applied for a PSHP case manager position at Pathways to Housing. In the midst of a pandemic, when this council has provided incredible support to expanding housing resources for our most vulnerable residents, biased and worthless exams have prevented qualified and willing individuals from contributing to end chronic homelessness in DC. From 2011 to 2021, DC would have an additional 474 licensed social workers if all test takers passed at the white pass rate. Given the DC Board of Social Work's scope of practice policy, which states that no person may practice social work in the district without a license, none of these individuals are able to fill any of the many vacant social work positions. As of last Saturday, there were 129 DC-based job postings for LGSWs on Indeed. This included such important positions as mental health, domestic violence, and school-based therapists, acute care and clinical hospital social workers, care managers for elderly and medically fragile patients, CFSA social workers, inpatient psychiatry social workers, perinatal social workers, substance abuse clinicians, and hospice social workers. The use of the ASWB exams is negatively impacting DC residents of all ages, regardless of demographic and socioeconomic status. This legislation would end the ASWB exam barrier for the LSWA and LGSW license levels, both of which have more limited scope of practice and minimal risks as a result. Both LSWAs and LGSWs are also required to practice under the supervision of an LICSW or LISW. Given the broader scope of practice at the LICSW and LISW license levels, a task force will be created to identify an alternative to the ASWB exams. This aligns perfectly with the National Association of Social Workers position and would increase the effectiveness of the Pathways to Behavioral Health Degrees Act. I am asking that you support this bill as introduced. Thank you.
Thanks, Will. Matthew DiCarlo.
Hi, thank you very much for your time. My name is Dr. Matthew DiCarlo. I'm a social worker, educator, researcher, director of an MSW program, and former licensed graduate social worker in Washington, D.C. I am also a former housing social worker at Pathways to Housing and Community Connections. Although there are many issues with the ASWB exam, I will confine my comments to what can be publicly verified by policymakers as you make your decision on whether to eliminate ASWB exams and embrace alternate measures of competence. First, it is important to note that ASWB has sustained an annual 17% profit margin for the past 11 years, and that's 29% in the most recently available year. Over that time period, their net assets have increased by 450%. You can just check ProPublica. ASWB is also unique among exam developers in that it analyzes for unfair items, not just during pre-testing when they don't impact people's scores, but on scored items as well. ASWB has a long history of stating that they monitor for bias in scored items, but they have never publicly reported how many scored items have been removed. They've never addressed this question under oath, and you may wish to ask them today. For example, in 2020, Stacey Owens, item development consultant, said scored items are continually monitored for diff. On an annual basis, less than 5% of items show diff, and items flagged for diff are removed. Their former CEO says when an item is live on an exam, we continue to look at diff statistics, and if it begins to show bias in one direction or another, it is pulled from the exam. Their current examination director said the same thing. Yet, these ongoing analyses are never reported to state boards. There's no publicly reported process for ASWB saying, hey, that person who failed your exam by 1 or 2 points, there was actually a biased item on there that we caught later. You may want to revisit that person's decision. One last issue I want to leave you with is that ASWB is required to analyze for bias, not just at the item level, but at the test level. I worked with 2 psychometricians this summer with decades of academic and consulting experience in evaluating measurement equivalence to submit a $0 proposal to ASWB's recent request for proposals to investigate issues with exam bias. They did not even evaluate the merits of our proposal. Even though all we needed was our stats, the free software, their exam bias data, and a computer, they said that it was not clear to them that we needed exam data beyond what was in the report that all of you have read. This is just patently false. The joint standards on psychological and educational testing require them to measure things like the test information function. And we know in 2010, they used to do that. And they called these measures of reliability their preferred way of doing things. They stopped doing it in 2010. They're just shoddy methodologists. And that's why I encourage you to support this bill.
Thank you. Rachel?
Good afternoon, or I guess it's good morning, Chairperson Henderson and members of the committee. My name is Rachel Johnston. I'm a Ward 5 resident and the Chief of Staff of the DC Charter School Alliance, the local nonprofit dedicated to ensuring all students in DC receive the great public education they deserve. Last year was the first time since the pandemic started in 2020 that schools could focus on student learning continuously without mass interruptions due to quarantines and COVID-related closures. But during the pandemic, students suffered significant trauma, including loss, grief, economic hardship, depression, and stress, and lacked quality opportunities to build social emotional skills. Our city is seeing this trauma materialize in a variety of ways, including increased violence in the community. And it does not simply disappear when students enter their school buildings. It drastically impacts their ability to learn and succeed. That's why ensuring that the needs of the whole child are met, both physical and mental, is critical. Public charter schools are doing all they can to provide mental health services, but to do this, they need more staffing support. Our schools continue to prioritize funding to staff the roles needed to do this work, but filling these positions can be challenging. And we are grateful more schools have access to the Department of Behavioral Health's school-based mental health program than ever before. However, community-based organizations are still also struggling to staff schools with high-quality clinicians. In fact, there are numerous vacancies across the program right now. That's why we appreciate the council for responding by introducing this bill to grow the pool of qualified clinicians and provide additional social worker support in our schools. I want to share our support for this bill's efforts to both expand and diversify the pipeline of qualified clinicians by identifying alternatives to examination requirements that determine an applicant's fitness for licensure. Removing testing requirements while leaving in place other rigorous requirements and oversight has the potential to both grow the pool of qualified social workers while also diversifying the existing pipeline. That's critical, as findings from the Association of Social Work Boards reveal a large disparity between white test takers, 84% of whom pass the exam the first time, and Black test takers who pass the exam 45% of the time. And yet there's no data showing that exams are good indicators of someone's ability or knowledge to demonstrate competence. Other states, such as Illinois, have removed the testing requirement for basic licensure. They have recognized that instead of strengthening professional standards, examination requirements only serve to add additional burdens to historically marginalized groups in becoming licensed social workers, limiting the potential pipeline of clinicians. That's why we support evidence-based alternatives to examination requirements. As you consider the details of this bill, we have 2 small but important recommendations we believe can help ensure greater quality mental health supports reach schools and the students that they serve. First, we strongly recommend that the task force this bill creates to identify an assessment method for independent social work licensure include at least one school-based social worker. That's important because the unique aspects of school-based social work and their needs must be represented. We hope that with a diverse group of thinkers, the city can pursue innovative solutions like joining 17 other states in the Social Work Licensure Compact, or pursuing reciprocity agreements with Maryland, Virginia, and other surrounding jurisdictions. Second, prior to implementation, we urge the city to assess whether it has the appropriate capacity from licensed independent clinicians to supervise non-independent social workers to support alternatives to examination. In the absence of an examination, it becomes one of the only tools that provide oversight for LGSWs and LSWAs. Supervision also provides the benefits of quality assurance, guidance, and support. In closing, ensuring the needs of the whole child are met, including their mental health needs, is one of the first and foremost priorities for charter schools. We appreciate the response to the need for more quality licensed clinicians in our schools. We continue to be grateful for our partnership with the city, and we welcome the opportunity to continue collaborating to make sure every student's health needs are met so they can actively and safely engage in learning. Thank you for your time and attention, and I welcome your questions.
Thank you, Rachel. Don't see Carol Willis. Mark?
Morning, Chairperson Henderson and members of the council. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Mark Lavoda. I'm the Executive Director of the District of Columbia Behavioral Health Association and a Ward 2 homeowner. The District of Columbia Behavioral Health Association advances high quality whole person care for district residents with mental illnesses or substance use disorders. Our 32 member organizations provide care to over 32,000 district residents annually, almost all who are Medicaid beneficiaries. In the midst of significant healthcare workforce shortages, we support this legislation's primary objective to remove barriers to licensure, especially for Black applicants, by discontinuing use of national exams for the bachelor and graduate levels of licensure. You've heard testimony of multiple others today sharing racial disparities of the ASWB exam pass rates. The Board of Social Work requires passing the national exam as a condition of licensure despite these known disparities. While the argument has been raised that rather than eliminating exam requirements, we should instead focus on better exam preparation for those at risk of failing, multiple other conditions of licensure ensure that applicants would be able to practice safely regardless of exam performance. These include graduation from Council of Social Work Education approved regionally accredited programs, completion within those programs of hundreds of hours of supervised internships and practicum time, and continuing requirements for clinical supervision for thousands of hours, even once licensed, to become eligible to apply for licenses at more advanced levels. For those who received their supervised training and ongoing clinical supervision in organizations, including many that belong to the District of Columbia Behavioral Health Association, working in organizations where the organization is also subject to licensing and certification requirements should provide further confidence that bachelor and graduate licensed individuals, regardless of their ability to achieve a passing score on an inherently flawed exam, are developing their skills and receiving supervision in organizations that face regulatory requirements and scrutiny to ensure district residents receive appropriate healthcare services. Relying on an exam with known racial disparities deters Black social work degree holders from completing licensure and deprives our communities of social workers who look like and come from the communities that they serve. Given wealth disparities between Black people and other racial groups in the United States and in the district, one might reasonably presume economic disparities exacerbate the consequences of revoking permission to work for Black applicants who fail the exam but otherwise would have joined the workforce. I have a few technical comments about the text of the proposed legislation included in my written testimony, but I'd like to use my remaining time to address a few issues in DC Health's written testimony, which you'll formally hear later today. We're disappointed that DC Health is officially taking a position that at least appears to be opposed to removing the exams. My earlier testimony articulates the multiple other safeguards that will ensure continued safe practice. I'm pleased that we appear to share DC Health's concerns about the lack of available supervisors, but I would argue that DC Health's testimony reaches the wrong conclusion. Constraints on available supervision are not a good reason to deny applicants who are other qualified, except for passing a biased exam, entry to the workforce. In any case, I would prefer to let qualified supervisors have every possible opportunity to fill their supervision capacity and support the maximum available qualified workforce, which we so desperately need right now. I hope with upcoming changes to the Health Occupation Revision Act or other standalone legislation, DC Health will agree that supervision of social workers should be expanded significantly beyond LICSWs. I would also argue that the need for additional entrance to the workforce, along with the burdens on individual applicants who have failed or are likely to fail the exam, far outweighs the value of any delay from shifting the LSWA and LGSW exams to no change until a report is issued by a task force. Members of this council are well aware of the perils of bureaucratic delay awaiting task force reports, even after task forces complete their work and vote to approve recommendations. Thank you again for the opportunity to testify today. I welcome the opportunity to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Mark. Sherilyn?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you hear me? Okay. My name is Cheryl Pipkin. I'm a clinical social worker with the Department of Behavioral Health. I've supervised for over 25 years for practicum students for the different universities, as well as being a union delegate for over 25 years for the social workers for the DBH. I'm coming in from a different perspective that I do want to say that I am not in support of this modernization. I believe that there are biases in the exam, but that's what we need to tackle. We need to work on changing the exam so it can be culturally appropriate for everyone. I believe that there's a lot of test anxieties that they, having to sit down and take the test or prepare for the test can be very anxiety provoking. They need to find a way to provide free and low cost for these test taking classes. And even at CFSA provided it for us for free where we could review all the information. Jewel Golden, I believe, is the person that you were talking about who provided those classes at CFSA. We also need to consider having a 2-year, I'm even willing to do a 2-year provisional license. So therefore they can be supervised under LICSW, get all the supervision they need as long with preparation for the exam. But if they can't pass it in 2 years, then perhaps they don't need to be in the social work profession. We also could consider having an oral exam. Virginia has an oral exam. So if you're not good with writing, you might be able to present all your skills through an oral presentation. My concern is the issue with quality versus quantity. I work with a lot of the school-based social workers for DBH, and there are shortages, but a lot of it has to do with them not being able to have all the services they need put in place. The idea is to provide quality service and not just open up the doors so we can hire a bunch of social workers to fill the positions. Whenever there's, we're dealing with lots of trauma, physical abuse, sexual abuse, and even the mass shootings. When there's a mass shooting, the first thing they say, it's a mental health issue. If someone in your family was physically abused, sexual abuse, domestic violence, would you want them to go to a person that cannot pass the exam? I think not. And just like the council member Henderson stated, this has not been asked of any other discipline. Plenty of people fail the nursing exam, psychology, especially the LSAT with the lawyers. There's lots of people, have anxiety, but you have to keep pursuing it and it'll work. I have had the social work and the LICSW and the LGS license for over 29 years. And I do think there are some biases. So there are some things that we can change. But my concern is that the system is broken. We need to invest more money into the services and resources for the community. A lot of this acting out in the schools is due to the trauma that's going on in the homes. So we need to find a way to have a mandate for the parents to come to the schools and get the services. Right now, they're just talking with the children. That doesn't resolve the issue because even if you call home and say the child is acting out, there may not be a consequence and the kids feel free to act out in school because there's no punishment. We need to find a way to access help for the parents and to support them. Also, when we send these children away to residential facilities, we're paying all this money for them to get all these services, and they may have been rehabilitated. But when you don't have the parent involvement or family involvement, they come back to the area within a chaotic home, and they have the same access to all of this chaos, and the behaviors continue.
Thank you, Ms. Pipkin.
Like I said.
Oh, sorry. If you want to wrap, you're about a minute over your time.
Okay, all right. So with the salaries, part of the issue is that the salaries are low and that social workers want to, especially with DBH, they want to have the option to work virtually. They are being mandated to go into the schools, even when it's a professional work day for the teachers. There's no students there, but they still have to report to work. They worked virtually during COVID, and they should have that option to do that just as well. My concern is nobody's talking about, except for what the councilwoman the senator from Maryland stated that her goal is to eliminate all of the licenses. And we know that there's supposed to be a task force to get rid of LICSW as well. So who's going to be supervising all these employees that you're talking about? You need to have a referendum. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. McShane?
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I'm Kelly Sweeney McShane, CEO at Community of Hope. We are a federally qualified health center as well as a provider of services for families experiencing homelessness in Washington, D.C. I'm here to testify in support of the Social Work Licensing Modernization Amendment Act of 2023. At Community of Hope, we believe that the provisions of the Act, which eliminate the ASWB exam requirement at the bachelor's and master's levels, will allow us to hire more candidates who are qualified and who can then better support our patients and our clients. Across our organization, Community of Hope employs about 75 staff working directly with families and patients in case management roles. At this size, we are always hiring for at least one program, and we strive to hire the best possible candidates. Our case management positions are ideal for early social work career opportunities for newer social work school graduates, and we are committed to providing these staff with supervisions by the licensed clinical staff. BSW and MSW trained applicants are often ideal for this position and bring the relevant education and internship experiences that we seek in case managers. Unfortunately, we are not able to hire most social work trained applicants for a job based on the current Board of Social Work licensure requirements. In fact, the social work requirements have pushed us to not seek and hire social work graduates for applicable positions, and instead choose graduates with different degrees and training who could do the work with the right practical experience, but without triggering the Board of Social Work's oversight. And I know there was a conversation earlier about this, but for example, we have a cultural anthropology major as a case manager in our homelessness prevention program. Because they didn't have a degree in social work, they are not under the Board of Social Work system. So the current system actually decreases the availability of educated and trained social workers at our agency and the community, and is clearly not a desired outcome. We are challenged, though, by the fact that some of the Department of Human Services contracts require that staff have a social work license, which often result in months of staff vacancies while we search for eligible candidates. This has had a negative impact on the ability for providers like Community of Hope, and you heard also from other providers today, to house and support clients who are connected to a permanent supportive housing voucher but cannot lease up before they're assigned to a case manager. Related to these challenges, Community has found that there are racial inequities in the current system, and we've certainly heard a lot of information about the nationwide information. But we looked at also our internal data, and we saw the same reality. About 5 years ago, when we were still hiring candidates before passing the test, Community of Hope reviewed first-time test takers. 75% of first-time white applicant test takers passed, 100% of Hispanic applicants passed, and 21% of Black applicants passed. And this data is one of the reasons that Community of Hope has become involved and active in advocating for changes related to supervision and testing requirements. As we've heard today, if you don't pass the test, you have to wait 90 days, pay another fee, take the test again, all while not being able to work in your chosen field. Fewer licensed people of color means there are fewer trained social workers to work within the Black and Brown communities where we serve, thus denying the communities the advantages of working with people who have the specific training of a social work education and who reflect the lived experience of that community. We support the requirement of continued tests at the LICSW levels, as well as a task force to look into more appropriate assessment. And I would just note that my concern about doing a task force before removing the test is that task force can often take at least a year, if not longer. And we are in an urgent situation where there are people who are looking for jobs that we are looking to hire and wanting to serve more people within the community. So I urge you to pass this act and welcome any questions you might have. Thank you so much.
Now, Kelly, you know, I don't like long task force, long commissions. We try to do things efficiently. Let's have the conversation and go forth. No, but thank you guys so much for being here and for your testimony. Rachel, thank you so much for being here and your testimony. You always come with good ideas of how we can improve legislation. And so I just want to express appreciation for that, as well as lifting up the unique needs of school-based individuals in sort of this conversation, which often gets left out. I want to ask a question. Will, you're here. Kelly, I think you have some supervision piece. Sherilyn, I know you are most certainly have been a supervisor, but what's the best practice in terms of caseload of number of associates or graduate level students any one person should supervise at any given time? What's the best practice for that?
I mean, I can speak specifically to our setting. And so we have a maximum of like 7, and that's, whether they're social workers or not, in terms of our PSH program, that a supervisor would supervise directly.
Okay. Ms. Pipkin, how many do you do at any given time? Or would you prefer, like, how do you're on mute?
I'm not in a supervisory position at the time. I mostly supervise the social work interns, and I'm a union delegate for the school-based, all social workers in DBH, but it's predominantly school-based social workers.
Got it. Okay. Okay. Because I think that's an interesting question. Again, we had witnesses who spoke earlier around, they take the job of being a supervisor very seriously. But frankly, I guess the original, when I first heard it, I was like, I just feel like this whole process is like fraught for trouble in terms of the supervision piece. There are certainly people who are bad actors who take advantage of it, but I'm just trying to understand, like, everyone is saying, well, we have all the supervision, we have all the supervision. Who audits the supervisors to make sure that somebody didn't just sign the paper, but nothing happened? Who does that?
So I would just argue, especially embedded with an agency like Community of Hope, we have regular performance evaluations going on. So it's not just about passing the test, but it's about supervising and actively monitoring the performance, interacting directly with clients. And for example, for Community of Hope, we do regularly, as part of our evaluation system, get feedback from clients about how things are going, as well as from the supervisor. So I think somebody else talked about the real live multiple hours experience. And as an agency, that's our job, to make sure that our staff are qualified and doing a great job in the job they're supposed to do.
Okay. Mr. Lovoto, we've talked in the past about the need for reciprocity agreements with our neighbors, Maryland and Virginia, ways, because we know we have lots of folks who practice across the jurisdictions and multiple jurisdictions. Do you have any concerns that the district could do this and Maryland and Virginia not, and then we're stuck?
Not really. I think that we have to acknowledge that there are still multiple pathways for people to achieve licensure across jurisdictions. And while all of us want it to be easier, the reality is Maryland and Virginia have endorsement processes. Virginia, if you work in a nonprofit organization right now, you don't even need to have a license. The nonprofit organization takes responsibility for that individual's practice. And so there are multiple other protections. There are multiple other pathways.
So wait, why not do that? Why get rid of the exam as opposed to changing the structure such that the nonprofit is now taking on some of the responsibility?
Well, as I mentioned in my testimony, nonprofit organizations in the district and for-profit organizations often, to do the work in mental health or substance use treatment, have to be themselves licensed or certified by DC Health or DBH. So we scrutinize at the organization level as well as at the clinical practice level for the individuals. Already in the current system, there's a lot of oversight for making sure these services are provided safely.
Okay. Ms. Pipkin, you mentioned that Virginia has an oral exam option. Is that available to everyone?
Well, it's a dual process. They do written and oral. So I don't know why that's something we can't consider doing, like either or. I think Virginia does both, which does make it even more anxiety provoking. But if we had an option where you could do either or, I think that might be a best option for other people.
Okay, I'll ask some folks further down in the panel. My I guess pre-understanding when I was preparing for this hearing was that at one point California had a oral exam option. And then that was A, very expensive for California, but also B, also fraught with some bias claims because you have two individuals who are essentially subjectively deciding whether or not how you answered a question, if they feel like that is appropriate. So, something for us to consider going further. And I am well over my time. Councilmember White.
Thank you so much, Chairperson Henderson. It's such an interesting topic, and it does require some time. Let me start with Mr. DiCarlo. And there are a lot of themes in this hearing, and they are important. One is bias and bias in the exam. Should we look at changing the exam to get rid of bias? There's another conversation about shortage of social workers. I want to try to focus a little bit though, because those are ancillary issues that we don't get to unless there is a point to the test. So if the point of the exam, I'm a lawyer and a philosophy major, so I need this to make sense. If the point of the exam is to ensure competence, but there is no evidence correlating passing the exam to competence, I cannot understand what we are defending on the exam. We don't even get to the bias. Now I see some confused looks, but I do want to hear an answer to this question. And we got a lot of witnesses, so I welcome anybody to help connect these dots for me. Mr. DiCarlo, does the ASWB exam show us that people who pass it will be competent social workers?
No, there is no evidence that they become more competent social workers.
I invite anybody who testifies to add testimony or respond, even if I don't ask the question. If you have an answer to that, that is different, please share it with me and the committee. Ms. Johnson, I appreciate your testimony, and Chairperson Henderson pulled out a statement that caught my attention as well. You mentioned the unique needs of school-based social workers on any task force that's formed. What are those unique needs that you want to make sure are considered if we go down that road?
Yeah, so I think providing mental health services inside of a school setting is quite different than providing support or mental health services outside of a school setting. Children who come to school on a daily basis are coming to school with a lot of baggage and packages and things that from the outside world, and being able to unpack that in a school setting looks quite different than doing it in another type of space, or even working with adults, right? And so we want to make sure that a school-based social worker and their voices are heard in this. You think about the calendar of a school year, the times of the school day, working in and out of classrooms. I mean, there's a lot of things that go on within a school building that make it a unique setting.
I appreciate that. Ms. Pipkin, you mentioned a very important issue as well, quality versus quantity. For my part, I want to be clear that I do not think in any way we should sacrifice quality of social workers. And so I don't see those as mutually exclusive. But help me understand your correlation between passing the exam and the quality of social workers.
Well, I think that passing the exam tells you or others that you have the capacity and the competence to be able to move forward to provide the service that we're providing. I think it's going to be necessary for, even if I think they do need to come up with a different way of, presenting the test so it's not culturally biased for any population, but we need to have some type of standard put in place so not anybody can just come in and say that you're a social worker. You have to be able to meet a certain standard. And I think that the exam says that you are competent to be in this field.
You believe that the exam does show competence. What do you base that on?
I base that on providing supervision and working with students who haven't had the experience or the know-how, and that after you've taken the exam, you can see it from a global perspective, what it is they're looking for. And then as a supervisor, when they come in, I can provide the quality service and supervision and allow them to sit down in the sessions and learn how to put certain things into practice, from the didactics from the school, but also from all the information that you've gained. I think that
And you
it's
don't think that
essential.
sufficiently comes from years of training in accredited programs, hundreds of hours of supervised field work? You believe that that comes from the test?
Well, no, I wouldn't say that it just comes from the test, but I think that by passing the test, you've reached a certain standard to say, yes, it's time for me to move forward, and then I can be in a professional setting of social work. And I'm very clear that none of the other disciplines, whether it's the nurses or lawyers or, anybody else, would decide to remove the license because people can't pass the exam.
I appreciate it. Thank you very much to this panel. Thank you, Chairperson Henderson.
Thank you. Before you guys go, I want to ask a question to, I guess in particular, Will and Kelly, because you are at nonprofit organizations. But, part of the conversation that's been kind of missing here is around the salary pieces. I remember having this conversation at a housing hearing, talking about we couldn't find enough caseworkers, and it was sort of making the argument that I don't know if getting rid of the exam is still going to increase the desire of individuals to want to do particular jobs if the salaries are still $35,000, $40,000, right? And so I'm also wondering too, and you don't have to be specific, but is there a salary differential if, say, I were a licensed graduate social worker versus if I had my licensed clinical social work degree?
So, I agree they're separate but somewhat related. I mean, certainly an LICSW makes way more than an LGSW.
Right, but I'm independent at that point. So
exactly.
I'm just wondering, like, what is the financial incentive for me to go up the next level? Is there a financial incentive for me to go up the next level?
Yes.
Oh, okay, Matt, you are going hard.
Can I also just
sorry, I have a caffeine problem. Yeah, there's at least like a $10,000 to $15,000 earnings premium when you get up to that level.
Okay, go ahead, Kelly. Sorry.
So I think we've definitely have candidates we wanted to hire who accept our salaries that are not licensed, so we cannot hire them. So that's where, from a pipeline perspective, it's not just the salaries. I think for an LG, I'm not sure it's going to be quite as big a difference as Matt said, but there is a difference where we do add some additional if you get the next higher level of licensing as you keep moving up the ladder. And again, what's been really great is there's a pipeline then. So you start at the bachelor's, then you get a master's at LG, and then people move up to LI, and they're able to be internally promoted with corresponding salary increases within the organization. If we don't have that pipeline, it gets really hard to hire externally.
Ms. Pipkin?
Yes, thank you. I would like to say that for Department of Behavioral Health, who is basically the authority of the CSAs, they do not hire the LGs at this time because there are certain requirements that LICSWs are responsible for that LGs cannot provide, like a diagnostic assessment. They can't diagnose. There's lots of things that only an LG could do under supervision, but they wouldn't even be able to diagnose, which is an essential part of providing the service.
Okay. I think this is helpful part of the conversation, right? Like, what are the various pieces? What do people do? And even still, earlier this year, we had an oversight hearing with the Board of Social Work. and lots of different boards. We've been making our way through all of the professional licensing boards, but one of the things that I've been asking is in our surveys, when we send out our surveys to the folks who are licensed, right? You can have a license all day long, but like, what are you doing with said license? And if you are not in that field, I think that's also a question too. So yes, I have a pool of people who have graduated with their degrees and cannot pass the exam and therefore cannot be licensed. But I also have a pool of people who are already licensed who are not working in the field actively. And so that might be I don't want us to ignore that that is also a potential workforce pool as well. And this is not the only option for us on the table. But with that, we're going to keep moving. We got to keep moving. Okay. Thank you so much to this panel of witnesses. Again, if we don't have your written testimony, please make that available to us. The next group, Megan Polanin. If I got it wrong, give me grace and I'll fix it. Sandra Moore, Deborah Riggs, Christine Limon, Melissa Millar, Michael Pickering, and Felicia Ross. And then we will have, just so everyone knows, after this panel, we will have one more panel. And then we're going to take a break. And then we're going to come back and then have our government witnesses. Just planning ahead. Okay, I see Megan. And again, apologize, Megan, if I butchered your last name. I tried.
Thank you. It's Polanin.
Okay.
Chairperson Henderson, Councilmember White, and Committee on Health members, thank you for this opportunity to testify today. My name is Megan Polanin, and I'm a licensed clinical psychologist and Ward 1 DC resident. I work in schools in the district to support the mental health of students, families, and educators. I present my testimony today to advocate for the investment in the mental health and well-being of students, families, and educators across the district. To achieve this, we need a strong and diverse network of licensed social workers meaningfully integrated into school communities. We know the current licensure exam is preventing qualified, ethical, and compassionate social workers from successfully entering the workforce. This bill directly addresses this problem by ending the requirement and developing an equitable solution for all test takers, and I urge you to fully support it. I know firsthand the impact of high quality, accessible school-based mental health support. Mental health services not only improve social emotional well-being, but also physical health, learning, and safety within school communities, which are integral to the social fabric of the neighborhoods in which they're embedded. I work closely with school-based social workers, and as fellow school-based clinicians have named already, I also see firsthand that the district faces a dire shortage of school-based social workers, specifically those who share identities and experiences with the children and families with whom they partner. Actively contributing to this problem is the fact that the current social work licensure exam is unnecessarily and systematically preventing test takers of color, those who are older, who are deaf and hard of hearing, and those whose first language is not English from successfully entering the field and making meaningful impacts on the lives of DC students, families, and educators. As Dr. Massey communicated earlier, if all test takers passed at the same rate as white test takers from 2011 to 2021, we would have 474 more licensed social workers in Washington, DC, which is 10% of the current workforce. Imagine the contributions that these social workers could make, the healing, therapeutic relationships, and mental health support that could improve the lives of DC residents. We need a more diverse network of licensed social workers that represent our diverse schools and communities. And finally, I understand the rigorous requirements needed to obtain social work licensure that do not include the current licensure exam. I co-direct a training program where we currently facilitate fieldwork experiences for 4 social work interns obtaining their master's in social work degree and 1 undergraduate student pursuing a bachelor's degree in social work. Trainees are closely supervised by licensed social workers and psychologists, including weekly protected supervision time to process clinical work with multiple supervisors, experiential learning with a licensed clinician on site, live observation of clinical work with students and families, and an intensive education program. This is in addition to other supervised fieldwork experiences and the university academic program, all resulting in graduation from a nationally accredited school. These are the processes by which we ensure safe, ethical, and effective social work, not passing the licensing exam. As Dr. Sims importantly noted earlier, DC has a long history of excellence in Black social work, far predating the establishment of the licensure exam in the early 1980s. One example is Lillian Steele Proctor's pioneering work in the late 1920s. For her master's thesis, Proctor identified gifted African-American children in Washington, D.C., and highlighted that the impact of racial discrimination was a critical determining factor in these children not being identified and thus realizing their intellectual potential. I stand with social workers leading this charge and will support fellow psychologists in addressing documented racial disparities for our field's licensing exam, the examination for professional practice in psychology, or the EPPP. We have the opportunity now to actively address harmful disparities, preventing qualified and effective social workers from entering the field. Let's stop needlessly perpetuating inequality and start better supporting students, families, and educators across our city. I urge you to support this bill, and I thank you for the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you. Sandra Moore?
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
I don't know why my video, can you all see me? It won't let me start.
No, we cannot see you.
Oh,
But we can hear you.
okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Pastor Sandra. Okay, start video. My name is Pastor Sandra Yvette Moore, and I wanted to go many ways with this, but I'll just speak from my heart. I started off over 30 years ago trying to take and pass the exam. Um, um, I missed it each time. I started off 1, then I went 2, 3, then I dropped back down to 1. So over the years, I gave up after so many years. I've been in the field over 30 years. So that's untrue when people say that maybe you shouldn't be a social worker if you can't pass the test. What would the district be if us that couldn't pass it were not there doing the work that we do every day that we do? I tried to give up many times, but each time I find myself coming back saying, Sandra, it's not about you, but it's about the clients and the communities that you service. I always put myself in the back and say, long as I don't have a lot of years left, but the ones that I do have left, I want to be able to leave this field over 30, like I said, over 30 years. And I took jewel class years ago. I was one of the original people that when the license came aboard, we were supervisors. We lost our jobs. We were told that we couldn't pass the test. Well, let me just say, CFSA kept a lot of us back then. And due to the people that wasn't so good, they let go and they kept us. We were told we had to leave because they were complaining that we didn't pass the test, the supervisor, but they kept us. So I want to put that out there that it is people out there that have been in the field over 30 years, and I'm speaking on the behalf of them and others. Haven't been able to pass the test. I want to bring some out that no one have. You know, listening to everyone, I got some nuggets that I'm going to put out there. I could have gotten it, my LGSW or my LICSW back when they was grandfathering. I want to bring out the majority of the people that are running the district, the majority did not pass a test. They were grandfathered in. The only reason I didn't get grandfather, I had left the country with my husband serving the military. I wrote many letters back to the district and everywhere trying to see what I could do. I was told I had to wait till I get back into the country, into the United States to be grandfathered in. Upon arriving back, I was told that the window was closed, that they no longer grandfathering in. So I asked for permission. I asked, could they reconsider or grant me the permission to be grandfathered in, and I was told no exceptions, even though I wrote multiple letters to the board. I also want to bring out, like I said, I've been in the field over 30 years. I like to say this, and I want everyone to listen to this very clearly. I can't even say I am a unlicensed, notice I said on unlicensed social worker, but I went to school to become a social worker. And I got a master saying that I am. My master say MSW, but I can't even say I'm a social worker. But my master stands for Master of Social Work. So what am I? I work in the CSA with people that do not have not even an education. They make more than me or the same as I do, and I have a master. Help me understand, how is that fair? If I have a master's degree and they make either the same amount that I make, as I can't even, I supervise, but I can't say I supervise. I sit on a LICSW that had asked me multiple years down the road to go take my test, and I did, and I failed. I can supervise them, but I can't say I'm a supervisor. It doesn't. Oh, I'm done. I just want to put that out there, that the district is being ran by majority of the people did not pass the test.
No,
Thank
Pastor
you.
Moore, I just want to make sure you're on I don't want you to get in trouble by saying you supervising, but you're not supposed to be supervising.
No,
Say
I
that
can't
out loud.
say I'm a supervisor. I assist. That's
Okay,
the word.
great.
Yes,
That's
I
better.
assist. But I'm doing the job with Dr. Tyler, and the pay is what I'm saying.
Okay.
I sit on the, so why can't you, why am I allowed to do it? Or I guess the word I'm looking for, or trying to bring out, that I do it and I can do it. Why is a test determined over 30 years? Doesn't 30 years speak for something? Over 30 years.
Oh, I mean, we have
So
this
since you
conversation
say
all the time. Well, hold on.
Go ahead.
There are other people who have to testify before we can get back into our back and forth.
Uh-huh.
So if you give me a minute, let me get through some of these other folks and then I'll come back to you. Is that cool?
Okay, thank
All
you.
right, great. Deborah Riggs.
Good afternoon, Chair Henderson and the esteemed members of the committee. I'm Deb Riggs. I'm the Executive Director of the Metro DC, NASW Metro DC chapter. And I also am the Executive Director of the Virginia chapter. And I only bring that up because I've heard a lot of discussion today that was wrapped around the kind of the zone, if you will, and how we're portable and the compact. And I am happy to answer questions related to that, related to the how it works in Virginia versus how it works in the district, et cetera. But I would like to start with my initial comments. So we urge, as the National Association of Social Workers, the largest professional society for social workers in the world, with over several thousand in the district and several thousand in Virginia. And I will add Maryland in here just because we had our esteemed senator on earlier, that Maryland also has about 4,000 members, and that doesn't include those that are non-members but practicing. The Association of Social Work Boards on August 5th, 2022, published this data that we've been talking about all morning in the exam pass rate analysis. This disclosure stems from years of advocacy by NASW and other social work associations, schools of social work, individual advocates to push ASWB to post data that it has been unwilling to release for many decades. The data revealed glaring disparities in pass rates among racial groups, particularly for Black test takers. It also raised concerns about disparity rates for other demographics, including social workers who are older adults. All social work institutions, including ASWB and licensing boards, NASW and other associations including social work higher education programs, must openly confront systematic racism within our profession. We must all commit to work to ensure reforms are made to ensure the licensing process is equitable for all, protecting the public without necessary gatekeeping and discrimination. Section 1B addresses the concerns regarding the current level examination of the Association of Social Work Boards. Data released in late 2022 indicated that the examination had both racial and age bias. Results found that 50.5% of Black test takers passed the exam on the initial try, 66% of Latino test takers passed on the first try, and test takers age 40 and older had a higher failure rate than younger applicants, white applicants having the highest passage rate initially at 85%. Given this data, we support suspension of the entry-level exams until at which time an alternative pathway to licensure is developed by task force established through this committee. This will give needed time to develop a more equitable exam or an alternative pathway to licensure. The National Association of Social Workers opposes the Association of Social Work Boards social work exams after a review of ASWE data showed the significant disparities in pass rates for prospective social workers of color, older adults, and those who speak English as a second language. Our position is also supported by the Council on Social Work Education and the National Association of Deans and Directors, as indicated by CSWE's letter to all social work licensing boards in spring of 2023, outlining racial disparities and lack of transparency in the ASWB examinations. In 2022, the state of Illinois, as you've already heard, removed the examinations at the bachelor's and master's license level and has seen an increase of 6,000 additional licensed social workers. In addition, there has been no measurable increase in disciplinary actions noted by the Illinois Board of Licensed Social Workers. Several other states, including Rhode Island and Utah, are also no longer requiring entrance exams for non-independent social workers. We, as NASW, are committed to working closely with our partners to propose innovative solutions that reduce harm and increase diversity at all levels of social work practice. These efforts will initially target removal of non-independent social work practice exams, which may be biased, and support efforts to strengthen competency measures. NASW does look forward to working with its partners to implement these strategic initiatives and to promoting the diversity and well-being of the social work profession and the health and well-being of the population social workers serve. We also support eliminating the entry-level BSW and MSW exams and predicating competence on completion of a BSW or MSW degree from a CSWE accredited school of social work. We firmly assert that academic achievement from an accredited social work program suffices as a demonstration of competence for entry into the profession. We further assert a reduction in the regulatory burdens to enter the field of social work increases mental health access for communities, as well as reduces regulatory agency burdens, thus allowing for faster entry into the mental health job market. I also just wanted to note in closing that I've heard a lot about supervision, and I look forward to more discussion regarding supervision and how supervision is important and in our profession.
Ms. Rich,
as
we can ask some follow-up questions about that as well.
Okay.
All
Well,
right.
and thank you for your time, and I hope that you will all vote in support of this important legislation.
Thank you for your testimony. Christine?
Hi, good morning.
Morning.
My name is Dr. Christine Lamone. I'm a licensed clinical social worker in Connecticut and a social work educator. As part of my private practice, I tutor new social work graduates who are preparing to sit for the ASWB master's exam. I am in total support of this proposal. The Connecticut General Assembly just passed into law an immediate suspension of the ASWB master's exam as a required element for the master's level licensure. Our state NASW chapter endorsed the proposal and lobbied for its passage. Now, the only requirement for the LMSW in Connecticut is graduating from an accredited MSW program. The purpose of licensure in helping professions is consumer protection. We all want every social worker out there to be a competent practitioner. I don't think there's any argument about that. Social work ethical principles demand a gatekeeping function that ensures competency. However, it's my experience as both an educator and a tutor that for too many people, the ASWB licensing exam is a wall, not a gate. These exams are barriers for entering the profession. It was the experience of having several demoralized former students reaching out to me, questioning their worthiness to be social workers after having failed the exam multiple times that led me to the decision to add tutoring into my private practice. These were students who shined in the classroom and excelled in their field internships, having demonstrated the professional standards and practice competencies to earn a master's degree in social work, but they failed to pass the exam, and that's prevented them from advancement in the profession. When I tutor, 100% of my time is teaching people test-taking strategies and how to approach the questions to do proper process of elimination to arrive at the correct answer option. I spend zero time tutoring people on substantive social work content. And once my tutoring clients understand the formula on how to crack the code, their eyes light up and their confidence soars. Demonstrating the ability to pass a multiple choice exam should not be a required element for licensure or advancement in the social work profession. The Council of Social Work Education has 9 rigorous practice standards that social work students must demonstrate to earn a social work degree. Demonstration of these practice competencies in the classroom and the internship setting should be enough. More and more states are coming to this realization, and my state of Connecticut being the most recent one. Schools of social work and partnering field of practice agencies should be the gatekeepers of the profession to ensure competent practitioners. That's their ethical mandate. I urge this committee to pass this proposal and eliminate the barrier to advancing in the profession that the ASWB exams present for too many qualified individuals. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Dr. Limon.
I also, just real quick, when we get to the question parts, I could answer the question that the other council member asked the previous panel.
Okay, well, we'll ask if Councilmember White wants to do that. Melissa Millar, you're next.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Henderson, Councilmember White, and members and staff of the Committee on Health. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today on Bill 25-259, the Social Work License Modernization Amendment Act of 2023. We support the bill and have a related recommendation. I'm Melissa Millar, Policy Director of ZEDIC DC. Headquartered at UDC, ZEDIC DC's mission is to safeguard the legal rights and financial health of DC residents with low incomes dealing with the often devastating consequences of abusive debt collection practices and other consumer-related issues. We carry out our mission with the goal of addressing racial gaps in wealth and equity and offer direct legal and financial counseling services at no cost to DC residents within 400% of federal poverty guidelines. This bill would amend the Health Occupation Revision Act of 1985 to exempt associate and graduate social workers from licensure examination. The impetus for this legislation is demographic data from the Association of Social Work Boards showing significant disparities in passage rates across states, schools, and level of licensure based on race, age, and language. There is growing concern regarding the racist history of standardized testing, as well as whether such testing is a legitimate measure of professional competency. Illinois eliminated a master's level exam in 2021, and several states are either considering reducing the influence of ASWB exams or, like California, do not require exams for certain licensure levels. We join the Association of Black Social Workers in supporting this reform effort. National passage data for Black first-time clinical and master's level exam takers is in the mid-40th percentile, while DC's Black first-time passage rates for clinical and master's exam are only in the low to mid-50th percentile. Compare those rates to the passage statistics of national and DC white first-time exam takers, which are in the mid-80s and mid to high 90s respectively. We support removing unnecessary barriers to residents entering the workforce and expanding opportunities for health professionals to serve their communities. DC has a staggering racial wealth gap already. White households have 81 times the wealth of Black households and 22 times the wealth of Latino households, and Black residents are 5 times more likely to live in poverty than white residents. The DC Council's Office of Racial Equity, or CORE, in its Racial Equity Impact Assessment for the Clean Hands Certification Equity Amendment Act of 2022 found that Black residents are more likely to be impacted by fines and fees, and that fines criminalize poverty and reinforce the racial wealth gap. Given this information, the Council should seek to remove barriers to employment and economic opportunity. The Clean Hands Law helps perpetuate and expand this racial wealth equity gap, and DC workers of color are disproportionately ensnared by traffic enforcement in the district. Meanwhile, for DC social work graduates unable to pass their licensure exam on the first try, they may be required to spend hundreds, if not thousands of dollars, as have been testified to today, on re-examinations, course prep, and other fees. Even if these residents don't have current debts to the district, current licensure requirements may result in fewer Black DC residents entering into licensed jobs or starting small businesses, while Clean Hands restrictions may result in barriers to future renewals. It's important for the profession of social work to undergo occupational licensing reform to ensure that educated and qualified residents can serve their communities and community members that can receive the benefits of social work training. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thanks, Melissa. Michael Pickering?
Good morning, Chairman Henderson. It's good to see you again, to be with the members of the Committee on Health. I am Michael Pickering, Director of Advocacy for Rep. Cadencia. Thank you for convening today's hearing. Founded in 1970, RAP is the district's longest-serving behavioral health provider. We are only provider to offer the full continuum of SUD treatment services. The passage of Bill 25-259 promises to expand our ability to provide substance use disorder and mental health treatment to district residents by increasing the supply of licensed graduate social workers who are critical to these services. Prevailing Department of Behavioral Health and Department of Healthcare Finance regulations, as well as managed care, organization conducting, and credentialing requirements require service delivery and/or approval by a licensed practitioner. Licensed graduate social workers, licensed independent clinical social workers, licensed graduate professional counselors, and licensed professional counselors are the minimum license accepted. Across the provider network, these practitioners are not available to recruit and retain. We must find a path forward to expand the workforce. We can train and provide meaningful supervision. The district is in the midst of an opioid use epidemic. Since the beginning of COVID-19, rates of SUD relapse and fatal overdose have surged. Between 2019 and 2022, according to the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner, the district experienced a 72% increase in average monthly opioid overdoses. For the first 3 months of 2023, total opioid deaths were 2.5 times greater than for the same period in 2019. Opioid-related fatal overdoses disproportionately devastate communities of color and underserved district communities. From 2017 to March 31st, 2023, 85% of those who died were Black or African American, with most deaths occurring in wards 5, 7, and 8. In 2022, most of our admissions came from Ward 8, Ward 5, Ward 7, and Ward 4. RAP serves the communities most at risk for a fatal opioid overdose. During calendar year 2022, we served 1,444 individuals. Our clients are predominantly Black or African American, male, and between the ages of 45 and 65. 66% of our patients are polysubstance users. Half of our clients are homeless or experience housing insecurity. 1 in 10 of our patients are HIV positive. Nearly 85% of our patients are diagnosed with a co-occurring mental health disorder. All benefit from integrated emotional supports. We provide integrated critical primary care to address medical comorbidities such as diabetes, hypertension, and kidney disease, all of which impact on the emotional and mental health of our patients. Care needs and management have become increasingly complex at the same time that the workforce is shrinking. Since 2020, 2 of the district's residential safety net providers have closed, leaving only 4 remaining. Aside from reimbursement rates and the impact of COVID-19, the biggest challenge facing residential providers in the district is staffing. RAP is only able to fill 32 of our 42 beds in our high-intensity residential treatment program, simply because we have not been able to recruit qualified practitioners to comply with regulatory standards, despite aggressive recruitment and generous signing and referral bonuses. Across the safety net, we are not able to staff the existing beds that we have. By removing the requirement that LGSWs pass an examination as a condition for licensure, this legislation will increase the applicant pool from which RAP can hire the staff that we need to expand our services. Relatedly, we are asking the committee to consider an amendment to the legislation which would provide much needed relief to RAP in the field of addictions counselors. Like LGSWs, RAP is unable to hire the requisite number of addictions counselors to serve our existing bed capacity, which is depriving our population of much needed SUD services. Currently, the district licenses 3 levels of addictions counselors: Certified Addictions Counselor 1, Certified Counselor 2, and Advanced Practice Addictions Counselor. Each of these licenses require that the applicant pass a national examination approved by the Board of Professional Counseling. At this time, we're asking that this requirement be removed from Certified Addiction Counselor licenses. Indeed, we have had very promising applicants who've been unable to hire because of their inability to pass the examination. We're asking the committee to consider an amendment which would allow the Board of Professional Counseling to extend licensure to individuals possessing substantially equivalent qualifications as a Certified Addictions Counselor 1. Presently, individuals seeking licensure as a Counselor 1 must graduate with at least an associate's degree in a health or human services from an accredited institution. Or
Michael,
I'm over time. Sorry.
you are over time. But if you have your full testimony, we can get into the Board of Professional Counseling stuff.
No,
in another setting.
So.
Okay. And the last person on this panel is Felicia Ross.
Good morning, Chair Henderson, committee members. I'm honored to be here and thank you for your time. I'm Felicia Ross. I'm a licensed social worker, a founding member of SWARE, and an Association of Black Social Workers Metro DC chapter member. As someone who has to complete 2 years worth of continuing education units to ensure I can renew my license in good faith, is still supervised due to not having my clinical license yet, and I pay for that supervision, and having graduated from 2 accredited programs with over 2 years of unpaid clinical internships, I would like to highlight and frame my testimony in the context that exams are not mutually exclusive with licensing or quality of service. Today, you have heard many voices emphasizing our field's integrity and the legacy of pioneers like Ida B. Wells, whom I regard as the true mother of social work. I can't help but believe that Ida wouldn't stand for barriers in a profession designed to uplift the vulnerable. Today, it's costing me over $200 in lost income for me to speak out here. While some may consider this a small amount, it means working overtime for me. Beyond my own cost, it represents a void in the services and support only I, as a trauma-certified EMDR practitioner and decolonization focus provider, could provide to vulnerable communities that count on me. However, I do not just advocate for myself, but for my colleagues who share my struggles and cannot afford to be here due to low income from lack of a license, or the challenge of speaking about their struggles, or concerns that doing so would affect their job prospects. Therefore, my time spent volunteering and advocating is a valuable investment for the community I serve and the social work community and my colleagues. I too was sidelined with a bachelor's, a master's, and over 1,500 supervised hours before I even graduated, I was barred from serving in this field for 8 long months over a 3-point exam shortfall. It's not my commitment. It's not my competence. It's a flawed system. Points on paper do not measure heart or skill, and it's high time we recognize this for not only myself, but for every other dedicated professional like me. For over 40 years, longer than I have been alive, social work licensing exams have not shown any tangible correlation with effective social work practice. They also seem more like a cash grab than competency focus, as they have the title of national, yet are not nationally applied. More alarmingly, they have disproportionately discriminated against BIPOC, older, non-native English speaking, and deaf social workers, many of whom you have heard from today. This is a systemic issue that calls for immediate redress. The Social Work License Modernization Act, Amendment Act of 2023, promises a start to this conversation. It promises transformative change. It paves the way for more inclusive, just, and equitable social work practice and an equitable social work environment for social workers and the communities they serve in the district. I've heard concerns about maintaining the integrity of our profession. Let me be very clear. This isn't about diluting our standards. Our current licensing process, much of what you've heard today, minus the exam, is very robust and ensures we have qualified and competent practitioners in this field. And as someone who has worked for businesses that have been Black women led for the last 5 years, I have never been asked if I pass an exam, only if I am licensed, so my hours can be billed by insurance. This bill presents a pivotal opportunity to reshape social work in DC, ensuring every resident receives culturally and linguistically appropriate care. For the future of our profession and the communities we serve, I urge you to support the Social Work License Modernization Amendment Act. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Ross, and thank you to this panel of witnesses. Ms. Ross, I want to also thank you so much for your time earlier this week as we discuss some of these issues. Ms. Riggs, if you're still with us, you have a very unique perspective here because you serve as the executive director for the Metro DC area. There was a question that came up earlier about what's going on in Virginia. Do you mind shedding some light in terms of the licensure there with regard to the exam or not?
Of course. At the moment, nothing is going on in Virginia as it relates to the exam. And I would say that the biggest reason for that is because our Virginia regulations are so very different than they are in the district, where we have so many exemptions to our law that, as another gentleman said earlier, you actually don't even need a license to practice in a lot of our settings in Virginia. So therefore, the exam isn't as, I don't want to say it's not as important in what's going on. We're having conversations about it, but it isn't a priority at this point.
Okay.
Because we're working on other things.
Got it. Okay. So, I mean, I think the question that I had earlier was, what if the district does this? How does this impact or jeopardize our future conversations about a reciprocity agreement with Maryland and Virginia when it comes to social work, or even if we desired in the future to enter the social work licensure compact?
So, first and foremost, the Virginia is introducing legislation this year to join the compact. Secondly, I have had conversations with our regulatory board, the Virginia Board of Social Work, who is also interested in having an interjurisdictional memo.
Right.
That they, in my understanding, is they've already reached out to Maryland as well as North Carolina and the district to join into an agreement, which would not necessarily, it could supersede the compact. And I think the reasoning behind that was that we are so interested in making sure that we can build workforce in all of these areas, and that folks are so portable that if one goes before the other, great, but this is a way to also have folks in other jurisdictions that are close to each other be able to have their own. As it relates
Right.
to the exam, the compact does require that you take the exam at this point. My understanding is there was a lot of negotiation around that. However, if you don't want to be in the compact, you don't have to. So if this law is passed in the district, folks can still have a license, practice in the district. They just want to be able to be in the compact.
Right. Okay. You said in your testimony, and I think Dr. Limon, you also brought up what happened in Connecticut, that there was a call for an immediate suspension for the master's level, and perhaps the other level as well, and then have a task force to figure it out. Did I sort of get that right? I'm not even sure. Did Connecticut do a task force, Dr.
No,
Limon?
no, nope.
Okay.
We put a suspension for 4 years on the master's exam.
Oh, so for 4 years. Okay. And so what happens, I guess, for someone who is being licensed in this intervening time? Is there any special marker or denotation that says you're sort of in this suspension period?
No, we still have an entry level licensure in Connecticut.
Okay.
We just eliminated the exam, passing the exam as a required element of it. So the only thing you need is to have graduated from an accredited school of social work.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I think this is kind of an interesting conversation because I just wonder, I've had a couple of weeks ago, I was with a bunch of early childhood educators, and they were talking about the praxis. And if you think about the praxis exam for teachers, that there also is this very similar racial disparity in terms of who passes the praxis. But at the same time, in these same conversations, folks were also critiquing schools of education as not doing all they can to adequately prepare teachers to enter the field. So it's just an interesting parallel conversation that we're having of you all saying the schools of social work has it because they're accredited. But on the education side, the schools of education also accredited. Folks are like, I don't know if they have it. And I'm wondering if it's because there are also requirements of, as Ms. Ross, you talked about, the internships, the supervision hours, all of these sort of hands-on pieces that is sort of bringing in this different feeling of one versus the other in terms of the differences, but is an observation on my part. Thank you. I'm over my time. Councilmember White.
Thank you, Chairperson Henderson, and thank you to this panel. Ms. Riggs, I appreciate your perspective today. As the Executive Director of the National Association of Social Workers for Metro DC chapter, are you aware of any evidence linking passing the ASWB test and competence of social workers?
No, not at all.
You mentioned in your testimony a 2003 report, and I missed part of that, so I want to go back to that. What report were you citing there?
I think I said 2022. I apologize if I stated 2003. I was referring to the 2022 report
Okay.
from ASWB.
Thank you. And that report was on what issue?
That was the data report that came out from ASWB about the exam.
Okay. With
Published pass rate analysis report.
Excellent. Okay. Thank you. Do you know if 2022 is when ASWB became aware of biases in the exam outcomes?
My understanding amongst my colleagues is that this has been known for many, many, many years. Some of my chapter colleagues in other jurisdictions, states have been pressuring ASWB for at least the last 7 to 10 years for this information, and we're always told that they didn't have the information, and then suddenly this data report came out, and nobody was aware before it landed.
Thank you. Dr. Lamone, you mentioned at the end of your testimony you wanted to answer a question that I proposed earlier. If you would let us know what question it was, and then you can answer the question.
Okay. I think you just asked a straightforward question. Does passing the exam ensure competent social workers? And I could say no. As a tutor, I purchased the ASWB practice exam that they sell for $85. It's like a 90 question practice exam. I have given that exam to family members who are not social workers. One was an IT project manager, one was an accountant. Both of them passed this practice exam. Neither of them are social workers, and they're family members. I love them, and neither of them would I feel comfortable having them serving vulnerable population and marginalized communities. They were smart guys who know how to pass a multiple choice exam.
With on the same topic, talk to me about your experience as a tutor. I assume you've had some of your pupils pass and some not. Is that accurate? And if so, what are the distinctions between the pupils who passed and those who didn't?
People who seek me out as a tutor, most of the people who seek me out as a tutor are people who have failed multiple times and are at a point of desperation. I tutor primarily on test-taking strategies. I'm also a clinical social worker, so I address test anxiety. And it's really about cracking a code and figuring out the bias of the test writers and how to take a multiple choice exam. After working with me, I would say, I don't have hard numbers, but the vast majority of my tutoring clients, after working with me and just learning the formula, go on to pass the exam. I could think of 2 people who I've tutored who failed the exam again by 3 points or less. And then I work with them again. And the second time around, they pass. And for both of those people, I really think the issue was more of a clinical anxiety disorder that was getting in the way and flooding their thinking.
I appreciate that. This has been the case for all panels with so many good testimonies, and I haven't been able to ask questions of everyone. But do let me thank this panel for your input, for taking the time. And Pastor Moore, very good to see you again. We were in a virtual meeting some months ago on this issue, and I appreciate seeing you again. Thank you, Chairperson Henderson.
Thank you again to all of the witnesses. And again, if you don't have your written statement, please make sure you make it available to us for the record. And Mr. Pickering, let's follow up on your concerns in terms of the Board of Professional Counseling. All right, we're going to go to our next and final panel. And as I said earlier, just to sort of telegraph, after we finish this last public witness panel, the committee is going to take a 10-minute break, and then we will come back and hear from the government witnesses. Okay. All right. Michaela Dimming, Madeline Hepner, Juanita Price, Nicole Lawrence, Stacy Hardy Chandler, Michelle May, and Adam Mayer. Okay. I see Michaela, so why don't we start with you?
Good afternoon. Thank you. I am here on behalf of the DC Coalition Against Domestic Violence. My apologies for that not getting clarified.
We will adjust your time.
I appreciate that. The DC Coalition Against Domestic Violence is the federally recognized statewide coalition of domestic violence service providers here in the district. And it includes domestic violence specific housing providers, counseling and case management services, legal services, and culturally specific organizations serving African, Latinx, Asian Pacific Islander, immigrant, teens and youth, and survivors who are deaf and deafblind. Intimate partner violence continues to be a significant safety and public health concern for DC residents of all ages. These dedicated service providers work tirelessly to address the epidemic of domestic violence across all 8 wards of the district. We also know that 1 in 3 women and 1 in 4 men have experienced domestic violence in their lifetime. But here in the district, those rates are actually higher, with 39% of women and 25.5% of men having experienced sexual violence, physical violence, stalking, or a combination thereof perpetrated by an intimate partner. I'm grateful for the opportunity to speak today on the importance of access to mental health and wellness services in DC and how these discussions and policy decisions impact the domestic violence survivors that we serve. Evidence shows that experience with domestic violence trauma has a detrimental impact on psychological health. Compared to district women who have never had an abusive partner, those who survive violence experience higher rates of suicidality, depression, post-traumatic stress symptoms, and greater use of drugs or alcohol. National research has also suggested that efforts to prevent domestic violence-related homicides should include suicide prevention, specifically efforts to screen, treat depression and substance use in abusive partners, because roughly 20 to 75% of murder-suicide perpetrators nationally were found to be depressed prior to the deaths. DC Coalition Against Domestic Violence and our member programs wish to support efforts to provide coordinated care to those experiencing mental illness, substance use, and other co-occurring issues, especially because domestic violence services are free of charge for individuals accessing care and do not require insurance. The services they provide from our member programs are uniquely tailored to meet their needs with our member programs. And our mental health service providers focus on safety, center best practices to support the trauma caused by domestic violence, and those folks who have suffered that, and ensure culturally specific and linguistically accessible services that are not dependent on health insurance coverage that is too often linked to an abuser. In order for survivors to heal and rebuild their lives, and in order to prevent those who choose to do harm in their relations from escalating to lethal violence, vital behavioral health services must be available to both victims and perpetrators. Nevertheless, our member programs and survivors of domestic violence continue to report months-long waiting lists for domestic violence-specific mental health services. Many have attributed this inability to meet the demand for services to lack of funding, as well as the difficulty of hiring licensed providers that can not only provide high-quality trauma and domestic violence-specific services, but who are also linguistically accessible and culturally competent to serve the communities that they're called to serve. Increasing the number of licensed mental health and wellness professionals, and critically, the diversity of the field, is necessary to truly meet the needs of domestic violence survivors here in DC. It is the clients who are already most marginalized who lack the access to therapy and mental health supports at greater numbers. And the longer we avoid prioritizing these populations, the more their trauma compounds and the more it costs all of us in the district. We appreciate Council's continuing the conversations about how best to address mental health and wellness services. We ask the Council to further consider investing in the provision of these critical services from holistic domestic violence service providers specifically. Notably, DBH does not currently fund any of our work, and we are committed here at the Coalition to being DC's leader in coordinating domestic violence intervention and prevention efforts and improving options and outcomes for all survivors. Look forward to continuing to work with the Council and district leaders to end domestic violence and oppression. We are available to answer any questions. Thank you, Chairperson Henderson and Councilmember White, for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you. Madeline?
Good afternoon, Chair Henderson and council members. My name is Madeline Hebner. I'm a licensed graduate social worker working at Pathways to Housing DC. I'm in support of this bill. In the summer of 2021, I graduated with my master's of social work, eager to put my academic training, skill set, and passions to work. Following the completion of my master's, I obtained my LGSW. If I wanted to be hired within my degree credential, I had to get the license, which meant I had to take and pass the ASWB exam. As I currently support a caseload of DC residents within a program targeted at ending chronic homelessness, I daily use a variety of different skills and tools learned in the classroom, utilized within rigorous fieldwork, and then further developed in diligent supervision. These three things, a robust academic course load, fieldwork, and supervision, were all appropriate and constructive requirements of the degree that have equipped me for the work. A 150-question test was unable to measure how I may respond to a client seeking to obtain their goals through motivational interviewing and a client-centered approach. The exam was unable to allow me to display the advocacy skills I use as a daily liaison between my clients, landlords, and other community agencies. The exam standardized situations and experiences that are all uniquely individual and require more professional forethought to answer than a multiple choice exam can provide. It is through continued supervision and required CEUs that I will continue to professionally develop and be equipped for the various roles and responsibilities I will have within my career as a social worker. Passing the ASWB exam did not equip me for the work, nor was it an adequate measure of my abilities within the field. I'm imploring you to pass this bill. Being equipped for the profession does not come through, nor can be measured by a 150-question multiple choice exam. After 40 years of licensure exams, there is still no evidence of a relationship between exam scores and safe, ethical, or effective social work. However, there is overwhelming evidence that the ASWB exam actively harms BIPOC and older social workers, as well as those who speak English as a second language. Use of the ASWB exam as a required measure of competency for the work is disgraceful and inappropriate. Thank you.
Thank you. Juanita Price? All right. I think she just came in. Ms. Price?
Good afternoon.
There you are.
Yes, my name is Juanita Price, and I am the CEO of Hillcrest Children and Family Center. We are a substance abuse and mental health agency providing services throughout the district, and we have been doing so for 208 years. I always like to remind the council that we were founded by First Lady Dolly Madison, and pertinent to our discussion today, long before the social work licensure rules were in force. I don't think there's much more that I can say that has not been said by those supporting this very, very important legislation. Not having this legislation in place, or the licensure rules as they are currently in place for the LGSW classification of students, of professionals, it is an unnecessary barrier. It disproportionately impacts African Americans and other people that we need to better reflect the communities that we serve and the services that we provide. The data is clear. The evidence is there. I implore all of council to please vote on this very critical, important legislation that would definitely make a significant difference for the people that we serve and the residents of the District of Columbia. That ends my testimony.
Thank you. Nicole Lawrence? I don't see. Oh, there she is.
I was trying to unmute myself. My apologies. Here I am. Okay, good. So good afternoon, Chairwoman Anderson and members of the DC City Council. My name is Nicole Lawrence, and I have worked as a licensed social worker in Washington, DC since 2001. I became an LGSW in 2002 and an LICSW in 2015. Additionally, I have been an agency-based education instructor for Howard University School of Social Work since 2018. I am here today to give my response to the Social Work Modernization Amendment Act of 2023. Although well-intentioned, I oppose the legislation as introduced. This legislation only seeks to address the impact of exam pass rates on the availability of licensed social workers in DC and disregard other important factors. Other important factors that impact the availability of licensed social workers are salary, think student loan debt, the culture, reputation, and morale within a program or agency, how social workers perceive a system of care, workload, and burnout or compassion fatigue, and provision of social work in the workplace, all of which can significantly impact recruitment and retention of social workers. Additionally, the legislation does not include an evaluation requirement to assess the changes once implemented. The legislation does not provide a process for review of feedback on the recommendations presented by the task force. There's no mention of steps to be taken if additional time is needed for the creation of recommendations. In addition, timeframes are not given for the implementation of the recommendations. I would like to offer the following recommendations to your deliberations regarding this bill. Pause further action of this legislation to explore and address the other factors that are impacting the availability of licensed social workers in the District of Columbia. Amend the legislation to give the task force 18 months to develop recommendations for an alternative process for all levels of licensure, including a time frame for implementation of the recommendations. Amend the legislation to establish support for licensure seeking social workers as the city is transitioning from one system to another. Amend the legislation to include an evaluation of the effectiveness of the changes made by the legislation. Consider a survey of current licensed social workers. Explore factors that determine if they apply for, leave, or remain in a position with an agency or program. This should be done concurrently with the work of the task force. It is my hope that the hearing today is a starting point and not an end point, and that all feedback is reviewed and taken into consideration as you determine next steps for this legislation. Thank you for your time and for allowing me to speak before this committee. Have a great day.
Thank you. Stacy Hardy Chandler.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Chairperson Henderson, Chairperson White, and distinguished committee members. I am Stacy Hardy Chandler, a licensed clinical social worker, and I serve as the CEO of the Association of Social Work Boards. ASWB is the nonprofit organization that helps the DC Board of Social Work and 63 other jurisdictional members throughout the US and Canada to fulfill their government mandate to protect the public through regulation of the social work profession. Regulators have a responsibility to answer to the public for career-long continuing competency 20, 30 years post-graduation. We appreciate the opportunity to testify on B25-259, the Social Work License Modernization Amendment Act. While ASWB is actively engaged in efforts to advance the social work profession, supports addressing workforce shortages, we cannot support provisions that threaten to set back the profession by decades, lowering entry to practice professional standards through the removal of licensing exams. Instead, we want to work together to improve the systems and institutions that make the road to the exams so much harder for some than for others. Our board invested in an analysis and published pass rate outcomes to face these systemic issues head on. We take the firm position that social work is a profession, and historically social work has had to fight for its status as a profession, often having its credibility diminished by those who, without knowledge and training, are quick to claim that they're like a social worker. But true professions come with uniform standards, including examinations that assure consumer confidence, offer accountability, and uphold the public's trust. Continuously vetted and monitored professional standards also provide assurances to clients that they can rely on what they're getting when they're working with someone called a licensed social worker at all levels of service. We want and even demand that the doctors and nurses, OTs and PTs that treat us prove that they have knowledge and the skill set required to practice. In fact, all healthcare professions require a test of entry-level competence. So I have to ask you to not treat social workers as less than other professionals. We believe workforce is the right issue, but the exams are the wrong target. We applaud the bill's intent to get more social workers in positions to serve the public. However, diminishing the professional standards of our field is not the right path forward. Social workers tend to serve the most vulnerable among us. So a license to practice is a serious matter with vast implications and far-reaching consequences. Removal of examinations from the DC Board of Social Work's licensure decision-making process is a move that detracts from addressing the more upstream collaborative work we need to do as a community to face complex systemic problems such as anti-Blackism. Rather than reducing entry to practice standards, we ask this committee to consider broader workforce issues and alternatives, as have been proposed for other professions. So for social workers, that is about compensating them commensurate with their education and experience, looking at the working conditions and managing caseloads, tuition assistance, and pay equity. We stand by the practicing, let me repeat that, practicing social workers who assure exam fairness. Practicing social workers drive exam development and represent a demographic cross-section of our profession. It is our social work colleagues who work hard to assure robust anti-bias measures are followed that surpass anything anywhere else. The social work licensing exams also involve intense third-party psychometric processes that monitor the fairness of each and every test question. Last year, we were the first and remain the only Health or Human Service Association to publish a national disaggregated pass rate analysis. It revealed disparities in outcomes for demographics like age and race, as you've heard before, but it's critically important not to conflate outcomes with origins. This did not start with the test. Candidates do not come to licensure with the same experiences, the same access to tutoring, the same access to resources or other opportunities. And that's the issue we need to unite around. Finally, we encourage the district to not act prematurely. You can avoid some of the unintended consequences emerging in other jurisdictions, such as impacts on the district's federally employed social workers, such as the VA, which is the largest employer of social workers, and the military social workers. This bill is not the answer. We respectfully ask that you take the time to convene the task force proposed so that you can make data and practice-informed decisions. ASWB supports our DC board members' participation on the proposed task force and offers to serve as a member or simply as a resource to members so that they can have the accurate information if approved by this council toward a more positive, longer lasting impact on the profession's workforce and those social workers serve. Thank you very much, and I cannot wait to answer some of your questions.
Thank you. Michelle?
Yes, hello. My name is Michelle May. I'm the Executive Director of Deaf Reach, a small nonprofit organization whose mission is to serve individuals who are deaf and hard of hearing. We are one of the few agencies across the country who provides services exclusively to deaf and hard of hearing people and whose staff is almost exclusively deaf and hard of hearing as well. We provide behavioral health services, interpreting, and a variety of levels of housing, and have been available for over 50 years. I'm here today as a DC licensed independent clinical social worker and a DC resident, and I do support the Social Work License Modernization Amendment Act of 2023. I feel strongly through my experiences that Washington, DC social workers should not be required to pass an exam to become licensed to begin their supervised practice in social work. Deaf Reach works closely with Gallaudet University, the only university in the world focusing on the training of social workers who are deaf and hard of hearing. Master's and bachelor's students in social work come to Deaf Reach for clinical internships. And in fact, we are one of the few settings in DC in which deaf and hard of hearing social work students have an opportunity to gain a clinical experience with deaf and hard of hearing clients with mental health issues. Even though Gallaudet University is here in our midst in Washington, DC, most graduates of the program are unable to pass the licensure test, which does not fairly measure the ability of a deaf clinician to help deaf people, nor is it written in deaf-friendly language. In fact, the written words of the test are frequently in direct conflict with the conceptual language of sign, which is what we use in practice. It is a travesty that this wonderful, diverse international group of budding social work professionals are not able to thrive in the District of Columbia, which seemingly supports and commits to diversity. The result of this testing requirement is that deaf and hard of hearing individuals experiencing mental health issues or other social concerns in the district are going without care from clinicians who share their background, culture, and language. Thank you for holding this important hearing, and I'll be happy to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you. And last but certainly not least, Adam.
Good afternoon, Chairman Henderson, Councilmember White, and Council staff. My name is Adam Mayer. I'm a native Ward 6 Washingtonian, a member of the district's Commission on Human Rights, and the Director of Housing Partnerships at Pathways to Housing. I want to begin by thanking you for conducting this hearing to help resolve a rather absurd dilemma confronting the provision of social work services within our city, and I hope soon within our state. A very strong case has been made today for the passage of the legislation. The social work exam has nothing to do with ethical practice, public safety, or preparing a person to be a qualified social worker. At Pathways, as you heard, 85 unlicensed social workers applied for case manager positions. 85 applications received, yet none from a licensed social worker. 85 applications from people who had either undergraduate or graduate social work degrees, yet none had passed a clearly worthless and documented racist test that is currently required by my government. The social work reform legislation was introduced by Councilmember White, co-sponsored by 9 council members. If passed, these exams will no longer keep competent social workers from doing vital work with vulnerable Washington residents. We in DC are in a mental health crisis and a workforce shortage. We immediately need licensed, competent social workers. As I mentioned, I'm an appointed member of the District Commission on Human Rights. I am testifying not as a commission representative, but as an individual member of the commission. I must say that the council can resolve this biased, racist licensure examination rather easily and quickly. As a former council committee director, I have observed hundreds of emergency measures passed by this council. The issue of social work licensure is by far an emergency measure that is hindering the ability of our provider community to hire social workers, as it is denying social work services to our vulnerable community. I urge you to move this legislation as an emergency measure at the October meeting of the full council. Please remove this harmful and needless barrier to working as a social worker. Allow Pathways and other providers to call back the people that have applied, in our case, 85, so that they can have an interview for these positions in October and November. Defer to us, the provider community, the ability to hire, train, and supervise the social workers that we need on our staff. We stand ready to help your staff in drafting the emergency resolution and emergency legislation. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Adam. And thank you to all of the witnesses on this panel. I'm just gonna go ahead. I know I'm gonna go over my time. I know that. So I'm gonna be proactive and say, let's do a 7-minute round, and hopefully way that I'll stay within that time. I'm gonna start with Ms. Hardy Chandler. Good to see you again. As your organization has been the source of much of the conversation here, I was hoping that you might be able to start us off with sort of grounding in some data around what the rates of passing and failing the examination currently look like for people who have taken it in the district?
So I don't have the specific district information. We do have that information sheet that we provided your office, and we will follow that up with some specific numbers, but we can get that information for you. We do have that breakdown by each and every jurisdiction. We have the breakdown by each and every social work program. So we do have that information available.
Okay. And can you just take us back and sort of talk a little bit about the impetus of why the exam was even introduced? Some of the earlier, I got into a conversation with some of the earlier panelists around the differences between ASWB versus, say, the Council of Social Work Education in terms of the role that they have around saying someone has mastered curriculum, et cetera. But if the exam was only required starting in what, 1999? No, 4? When did you start requiring this exam? Or when did they? 93. 83. Oh, okay. 83. So what was the impetus for the exam in 83?
So one of the things that has not come up in the testimony is the voice of the regulators and their responsibility. So the public charges regulators with sort of vetting professionals. And for the Board of Social Work, they need an array of tools at their disposal to make very important decisions. So I think we've been talking about this as an either or. Regulation and the exam is not counter to education. That's factored into that decision. Experience is not seen as, it's the exam or supervision. Supervision, if required by a level of licensure, is included in that decision. And another factor, of course, is an objective measure of competence. And so these tools together round out this very important decision for the boards to make regarding granting licenses and decisions around how people maintain competence over the course of their career. The other part of it is, I speak to the CEO of CSWE. I speak to the CEO of NASW, and I actually am a member of NASW. So there are conversations about looking across the system in ways that we have not done before. But I think it's important to see this from the regulator standpoint, and their responsibility is to be accountable to the public.
Are there other things that the association is doing to try to improve knowledge of the exam, preparation for the exam? Otherwise, there was an earlier witness who testified that the practice to get a practice exam is $85, which, okay. If I wanted to get a practice exam of the SAT, I could just go to the College Board website and download one without having to pre-register to actually take the exam. Are there other ways that you all can sort of reduce barriers or are working to reduce barriers on the examination front?
So absolutely, there's a number of initiatives in place. And by the way, the practice exam is one resource available. There are a suite of other resources that are available for free. They're directed toward educators, but anyone can access those. And so there's accurate information we absolutely want to get out to the public so that they're prepared. In addition, I think, can I back up and just say that it's concerning to me that we're targeting the exam, like I said, to the exclusion of other factors. And this is sort of a simplistic example, so forgive me for using such simplicity, but for example, Black and Indigenous people have extremely high blood pressure. And no one is saying, oh, that racist blood pressure cuff. We know that there are social determinants of health that people bring to the clinic to pick up on these results. The exam is a tool just like that, and I certainly invite everyone who has testified to go to the webinars that we're providing about exam development, the webinars we provided about the psychometrics and about exam administration and the accommodations that are available. And a lot of the themes that you've heard, if you've listened very closely, more time. ASWB was providing accommodations well before the ADA. And so one of the things that we do is really focus on accessibility and those kinds of things. So I think it's really important to, first of all, acknowledge what we have, but standards require that we continuously evolve competence measures. So right now, it looks like a multiple choice test, but in the future, based on research and validity, the competence measurement process can look very different, but we have to do that in a way that allows us to answer to the public to say that this is reliable, this is valid, and we have to do that with intentionality. So we're not stuck to this. What we have a responsibility to do is provide competence measurement.
Okay. What would you say, though, to the witnesses who had testified earlier today, and even some of the folks on the panel, that unlike other professions, given the requirement of extensive supervision hours, many of which people have to pay for, is an exam truly necessary, given
Take your time. So maybe I can start to answer that question. So first of all of those pieces matter. We don't reject any part of a whole decision because licensure decisions are so important. So all of those things matter. But when a person, and I have been a former field director for social work education, and that is a very important experience to get a person to a level of competence for graduation. What we're talking about here is entry to practice, where practicing social workers have been asked, what do people on day one of their job, just across the board, need to know as a core part of practice? Not specialization, not specific populations, but what does the average social worker need to know? And that information does not come from ASWB. It comes from social workers who are working in the field, our colleagues. So I would say, I believe your question is going in the direction of, education covers a piece, the exam covers a piece, supervision covers a piece, and all of those pieces together allow regulators to make sounder decisions. I learned as a social worker, you don't make a decision based on a single point of data, that you need to know more holistically in order to make the best possible decision. Now, is it perfect? No, but it's a process that allows regulators more information so that they can make better decisions. So it contributes something different. Supervision contributes a part, but graduation, I fully agree that for the most part, accredited programs allow people to be competent up to the point of graduation. But again, regulators are responsible for practitioners 20, 30, throughout the rest of their career. Regulators have to answer for that. And so having a say on those licensure decisions are really important. And schools are not responsible for practitioners after they graduate. The regulators are. And so it's really important, again, for us to work as a community.
Okay, I tried to stay within my time. I'm over it. Councilmember
I'm
White.
sorry.
No, it's okay. That was partly my fault. Excuse me. Go ahead, Councilmember White.
Thank you, Chairperson Henderson. And thank you so much for this panel of witnesses. Stacey Hardy Chandler, thank you for being with us and sharing this perspective. I understand your testimony concern about lowering the professional standard in the tests, giving credibility, and you were discussing that the exam is one part of ensuring minimum competence for social workers. And that's sort of where I want to start is understanding what role the exam plays in determining minimum competence. What data do you have that correlate passing the exam with being a good social worker?
So I am looking forward to that question because we have to talk about what competence is for licensing. So this is based on practice. So the criteria competence based on what practitioners are saying, what the field says is important to have, that's the competence by which our tests are valid, and all licensure tests. So when the question is about predictive efforts, no licensure exam, not for doctors, not for nurses, not for social workers, predicts future violations or future behavior. That predictive nature is not a part of what licensure exams do. We measure competence against what practitioners are saying should be day one competence. So that question about data about competence later on, or what people are going to do, no licensing exam intends to do that. And that's always going to be, there's no data there, because that's not what this license exam is based on. It's based on what those in the field say are priority knowledge areas on day one of practice in any setting.
Okay, so if people in the field are saying these are the core competencies, what data do you have on the correlation between people showing that they understand those core competencies through their test results and how they end up doing in the practice of social work?
But again, the end up doing is the predictive piece that licensure exams do not measure. So I cannot say anything about what people will end up doing, because those of us who support boards, social workers, doctors, nurses, every profession, what people end up doing is not what that exam is validated against. It's validated against criterion, and those criterion are defined by practitioners. So there is nothing there for that predictive or what people will end up doing or future. And I think that's an important piece, because it's couched as if, well, there's no data out there that says it's not what the test is meant to do. So if you're holding the test against a criterion that it's not even meant to do, or that it's not validated against, then of course the answer is going to be no. But it's the practitioners who develop the blueprint, the practitioners who write the items, the practitioners who lead the practice analysis task force. Those are the people that we stand behind that know this profession.
So then how do you measure or self-evaluate the effectiveness of the exam?
The effectiveness of the exam is within the context of the whole decision. So I think that it's not a component on its own. Regulators are taking that into consideration along with background checks, along with their educational experience, along with their supervision. And so that's part of a comprehensive whole. So that has to do with how those decisions are turning out at the board level. But the exam is valid in what it contributes to that overarching equation.
So ASWB administers the exam as part of an entrance criteria for licensing for social workers. But what I'm hearing from your testimony is that you don't have a way to evaluate its precision or effectiveness. So I don't understand how you sort of check your work on this.
So we do evaluate it constantly. We evaluate elements of the exam. We evaluate the exam process in alignment with professional standards for licensure. We have third-party psychometricians who do that on an ongoing basis. But I think it's the mistaken premise that it's supposed to have some sort of predictive power is not a part of that process. So validation happens. Testing of reliability happens on an ongoing basis. You have to do that as part of adhering to testing standards. So I'm certainly willing to follow up with that with our psychometricians, but that's done by third-party people that focus on that, and that's what they do, is evaluate the validity of this test. So that
How
happens.
do they evaluate it?
So
I understand who evaluates it, but still not how they evaluate it.
So maybe that is the psychometric part that is beyond what I can share with you now. I am not a psychometrician. I rely on the experts for some of that specific, but I would be happy to follow up with you in a more specific and detailed discussion about that.
Right. I'm concerned here because your testimony suggested that the test measures entry-level competence and that getting rid of it would lower the professional standard, but we haven't been able to establish how you measure whether it measures the professional standard in the first place.
It does measure the standard against the criteria identified by practitioners. So, council member, you can see a document that's the practice analysis that was done in 2017. That's available online. We're going to start a new practice analysis in 2024. That criteria is available to the public. Take a look at that. And what we are monitoring is alignment of those individual items, the whole testing process with that practice analysis blueprint. So that document is out there and available.
Okay. So there are people across the nation, practicing social workers who are grandfathered in before the test was required for licensure, and there are practitioners, social workers practicing in states that don't require tests for licensures for LSWA and LGW. Is there any statistically significant increase in citations and enforcement against social workers in states where there's an alternative pathway to licensure, or folks who have been grandfathered in, compared to people who have passed the test to become licensed social workers?
Now, that data does not exist, and quite frankly, there has been very little substantive research in regulation, which is why ASWB put out an RFP earlier this year to start to partner with educators who are researchers to better contextualize some of these questions. So that kind of research has not been done. Regulation really has been a neglected area in terms of research, and that's why we really do want to build bridges with our educational partners so that we can answer questions like that.
So, okay, back to the concern that getting rid of the test will lower the professional standard. Do you have evidence that removing the test will lower the standard?
I don't have evidence. I have concerns about the constellation of things that contribute to, again, and I'm empathizing with the public. I'm empathizing with the families and the communities who need to know what they're getting, and they are not going to necessarily know these various types of licensure. We as regulators need to be able to say to the public, when we give this license, we have gone through these various steps so that when you get someone who is called a social worker, you have some assurance of what that person has been through and what they have needed.
Thank you. I'm over time, but will there be another round on this panel? No. Okay, let me be very brief and thank the chair for the indulgence. The 2022 report on bias, does ASWB accept that there is racial bias, whether intended or not, in the exam?
Anything involving human beings is imperfect, but the anti-bias steps that you have to go through for a licensure exam, you will not find those steps anywhere in terms of the training of the people who write the items, how the items are continuously monitored, both statistically and by consultants, how items are taken out. You don't see that being done in any other space except for regulation. So everything has bias in it. However, I would challenge anybody to present to me things that go through the various steps for anti-bias and fairness that licensure exams must do because of their standards. And I think that is a meaningful contribution to regulatory decisions.
All right, bias is everywhere. The pass rates for first-time test takers in DC, 93% for white test takers, 52% for Black test takers. That's not a little bit of bias, that's a lot. So, you know, like there's a lot of bias in this exam.
And let me just say, in the outcomes, I do not believe the exam is the cause. People are bringing a lot into the exam experience, and they are not coming to that exam experience with a level playing field. We know that people are being told that people like them cannot pass the exam. We need to spend more time talking to some of the people who have passed the exam. What did they have? What are the factors that mitigated some of the things that are systemic that impact those outcomes? So the outcomes, I think, are reflective of these larger societal issues. And I think we need to ask some more questions there. One of the things that I think is super important is that we work together across the profession to address those. But the notion that this bias is starting at the time that someone has gone through their lives in our society, gone through school, and then suddenly from a level playing field, it shows up in the exam. It's reflective of a lot of factors, and we want to help support at least educators in mitigating some of those factors.
All right, well, let me wrap up and thank you. I agree that the bias doesn't start there, but I do think it's clear that the exam perpetuates the bias. And so I think we have to take it seriously. I want to thank the chair for indulgence and thanks so much this panel.
Thank you so much to this panel of witnesses and for being here today and for your testimony. Adam, I just want to mention, I did catch to the end of your comment about, oh, we could just pass this on emergency and then all of these folks would be able to start in November. That's ambitious and unlikely because these individuals would still have to actually submit the rest of their packets to go through the process of licensure, which obviously would take some time. But thank you again. Oh, Michelle, yes?
No, I'm good.
Okay. All right. Thank you guys so much again for being here. And again, if we don't have your written testimony, please make sure you provide that for the record. Ms. Hardy Chandler, it would be great to get some more specific information about what's happening in terms of individuals who are taking the exam here in DC.
Absolutely. We'll follow up with that.
Great. Thank you. Okay. So as I telegraphed earlier, the committee is going to take a 10-minute break. When we come back, we'll have Aisha Nixon, who's the Associate Director of the Office of Professional Licensing Boards at DC Health. Ms. Velvis Briggs, who is the chair of the Board of Social Work, is also here as well. So we'll put 10 minutes on the clock and we will see you shortly. Thank you. All right, we are back. Before we get started, I have to swear you all in. So give me a minute. Let me just find it. Okay. So I will ask that you, Ms. Nixon, and anyone who may speak today swear under oath to ensure the testimony is accurate, etc. So I'll give it a minute. Wonderful. Okay. So if everyone could just raise their right hands. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to provide to the Council of the District of Columbia and this committee is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Great. All right. Ms. Nixon, when you're ready to begin.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Henderson, council members, and staff of the Committee on Health. My name is Aisha Nixon, and I am the Associate Director for the Office of Health Professional Licensing Boards within DC Health's Health Regulation and Licensing Administration, known as HRLA. On behalf of Dr. Ayanna Bennett, Acting Director of DC Health, I am pleased to offer testimony on the Social Work License Modernization Amendment Act of 2023. DC Health strongly supports the intent of this legislation to expand the social work workforce and to prevent racial disparities in licensure. However, we are concerned that the bill as written will not address the underlying challenges for the workforce and may instead exacerbate existing challenges without addressing the reasons for the racial disparities in testing. In the District of Columbia, social workers play a critical role in supporting individuals and communities in need. We currently have a dedicated social work workforce comprised of 44 licensed social work associates, LSWAs, 1,333 licensed graduate social workers, LGSWs, 37 licensed independent social workers, LISWs, and 4,336 licensed independent clinical social workers, LICSWs, all contributing to the overall well-being of our residents. They work in hospitals, clinics, schools, community organizations, and as independent practitioners, reflecting the diverse needs of their clients. Social workers assume many roles in addressing health-related social needs, and they are an essential link that bring together services and support systems, enabling communities to thrive. Social workers are critical members of the healthcare team, addressing not only the emotional and social aspect of health, but also acting as advocates, behavioral health providers, and community resources. Just as we expect physicians and other members of the healthcare team to undergo rigorous training and testing requirements to become licensed, social workers must also meet a recognized standard to ensure the safety and quality of the care they provide. The impact of social workers extend beyond immediate clinical interventions, as they are a catalyst for improving various indicators of health and social well-being, and ensuring that their clients' needs are met in order to live healthy and productive lives. The Social Work License Modernization Amendment Act of 2023 seeks to remove racial disparities in licensing processing by eliminating the test requirements for LGSWs and LSWAs. This testing requirement uses the only nationally accepted test for social workers created by the Association of Social Work Boards, ASWB. This test has been in place since 1983 and is taken by tens of thousands of applicants per year. The test, however, has also had significant racial disparities in pass rates for years, leading to the call for reform. As an agency rooted in equity, DC Health takes these disparities seriously and appreciates ASWB's release of detailed data to show the scope of the problem. DC Health is also encouraged that ASWB is committed to revamping their competency measure through community conversations and research. DC Health continues to advocate for ASWB to release a revised assessment as soon as possible that eliminates all racial disparities in pass rates. However, this legislation does not replace the test requirement. The current requirement of the ASWB exam is not merely a formality nor intentionally burdensome for applicants. Rather, it stands as a safeguard to ensure that social workers are equipped with the essential skills and comprehensive knowledge required to address the complex challenges faced by their clients. The challenge to the council is to create or identify an alternative competency-based assessment free of racial bias before eliminating the current exam. Absent that replacement, DC Health believes keeping the test while creating a task force to study exam alternatives, as the bill does for the independent practitioner licenses, would be a better approach. DC Health has identified the scarcity of adequate supervision for social workers to be a more significant challenge impacting the social work profession. This supervision is provided by professionals with the more advanced form of licensure. This legislation could exacerbate the situation by increasing the number of social workers who must work under supervision, LGSWs and LSWAs, as compared to those who can supervise, the LISWs or the LICSWs. As only the latter can supervise the former, the influx of new social workers would require supervision could overwhelm the number of available and willing supervisors. This amplifies the existing concerns regarding the limited availability of supervision, which is required for both the professional growth of social workers and ensures quality care is provided to clients. We believe that there are parallel strategies that the council can support as we await the updated exam that hopefully will have eliminated the racial bias in passing rates. Establishing a task force to explore alternatives to the licensing exam as proposed by the legislation could offer a balanced approach. Collaborating with experts, educators, and practitioners would ensure that any resulting changes align with the profession's core principles while sufficiently addressing concerns about bias and ensuring that new social work professionals are adequately prepared and feel confident, knowledgeable, and supported as they embark on their chosen profession. Looking to other jurisdictions such as Illinois which proposes additional clinical supervision hours for those who fail the licensing exam, may also offer an alternative that maintains a focus on competency while providing a pathway for licensure that does not rely on an exam. Additionally, this task force could examine the existing strains on the supervision system and make recommendations to support the existing workforce and widen the pipeline for future licensees. Such recommendations include the creation of new pathways and licensure for entry-level case managers that could support the workforce needs of our sister agencies and behavioral health partners, including the Department of Behavioral Health. These entry-level positions would widen the social work pipeline and could eventually move into roles as licensed independent or clinical social workers. In summary, DC Health appreciates the legislation's intent to reduce racial disparities in the healthcare workforce. However, we are in opposition to the legislation as written and strongly urge the council to begin with a task force that can examine alternatives to the exam that will still involve competency assessments as well as the other stressors on the social work workforce, such as lack of supervision opportunities. Thank you for providing me with the opportunity to testify, and I am available to respond to any questions the committee may have.
Thank you, Ms. Nixon. And again, thank you to all of you for being here. For those who've been watching, you can't see, but the team from DC Health has been here for the entire hearing, listening to the public witness testimony that has been provided. I want to start, I know that you provided some information, some data in terms of how many individuals are currently licensed for the 4 licensure categories. But I'm curious, when is the last time you all have done sort of a census, if you will, to look at, number one, how many of these individuals are falling in a particular gender category, a particular racial category, and then also to the question I had earlier of there are individuals who could be licensed, but not actually practicing in a scope of practice that one would consider social work?
Great question. So most recently, the Board of Social Work underwent their renewal season, which ended on July 31st. We're just approaching the end of the grace period.
Okay.
And so within this renewal period, we did initiate or implement a workforce survey.
Okay.
And so our goal is that we will be able to analyze the data related to where individuals are currently serving. We had questions included regarding burnout and again, what areas that they are providing services, if they are indeed working in the district,
Okay.
given the fact that they have a license.
Are you going to be able to make that available to the committee?
Yes, I'm sure that's information that we will be able to provide to the committee.
Okay. All right. We'll add that to our list of reports, Carl. Okay. So, I mean, there's a lot of information that we have discussed today, all pertaining to the exam. So if we go back, they said the exam began in 1983. Obviously, Ms. Chandler provided some information in terms of that. But my understanding is that that's not the only exam that could exist out there. At any point, has DC examined these other alternative exam options, or are we only ever going with ASWB?
So typically the way the regulations are written, they will outline a specific organization or group that we would accept the exam from,
Okay.
or its successor. I don't think in the past or since my tenure that we've been approached by any other test providers for this specific exam type. I don't think that it's something that's not that's off the table. I think if it is introduced and there is a sound, I guess, testing of that exam, it shows that it's reliable, it's valid, I think the board would consider it. But since my tenure, I'm not sure if Ms. Briggs, in her time in the district, if we've been approached, but to my knowledge, we have not been
Okay.
approached by another.
I think someone said, you know, California tried to do their own exam. It was offered in a.
So for other professions, not the Board of Social Work, prior to a lot of different national exams. So I can give the example for physical therapy. The district had a physical therapy exam.
That was ours.
Yes.
Okay.
And all different jurisdictions had it, and they had different pass rates. And then the Federation for State Physical Therapy Boards developed a national physical therapy exam that all states accepted. So it varies based on professions. Some professions started off with state-based exams, and now most have moved to national exams.
Okay. In terms of, obviously we have other occupational licenses outside of DC Health, but let's just talk about what you know in terms of DC Health. Are there any licensures that individuals can receive without an exam?
So currently, the license types that we have that they can practice without a national exam is the psychology associate.
Okay.
And I think that's the only one that I can think of all of our surgical assistants do have, there are multiple pathways for them to become licensed. So if they were in the military and they accumulated the experience during that time, so that's another license type that they can have the national exam. Oh, and then the speech language pathologist, the assistant, and the audiology assistant. There is not an exam required to get the license.
Okay, so all of the licensure types that you mentioned are assistant level, meaning they would require supervision.
Yes.
So how would this be different? Because my understanding is that if you are a yeah, no, they gave me a cheat sheet on these acronyms.
LSW or the
If you're a LSWA or LGSW, you still have to be supervised, even though you're licensed.
Yes. So it wouldn't change the supervision requirements. And I think that's one of the things that we were trying to stress in our testimony, I think it would just increase the burden on the advanced licensure tier. So the LICSWs, I think when you think about independent clinical social workers, think about like nurses and the fact that they supervise a lot of nurse assisted personnel or non-licensed individuals. And so that just increases their workload and again, the complexity of the different things the individuals do. I think also the difference comes into play with their the ability. So again, being able to diagnose.
That's what I was going to ask. I feel like somebody said earlier that at these two levels, you still can't diagnose. So while they may be able to do certain things from a casework,
to provide the treatment, which is what all of the other assisted personnel for the other boards, the audiologist is who's going to do the assessment, right?
Right.
And then they will develop the treatment plan, and then they may have the audiology assistant carry out the treatment plan, but they still insert themselves maybe every 4 visits or whatever the case may be,
right?
To reassess.
Okay. And now, all of our boards are volunteers. We love our members of our boards. More people out there, if you want to serve on your professional licensing board, please come to the Mayor's Office of Talent and Appointments. We would love to have you. I say all that. And I also know too, from having hearings with you all in terms of the time that it takes in the review process, does removing the exam add to the workload of the staff who assist the Board of Social Work?
I think that eventually the removal of the exam will increase the workload, but I think it's in a different way. I think that the board, again, based on the recommendations of the task force, would have to come up with a more structured review of supervisors.
Because I had that question earlier of who audits the supervisor to make sure that the supervisor is doing what they're supposed to do.
Yes.
I imagine though, I mean, you all don't just do licensure, Ms. Spriggs, right? You also handle complaints and discipline as well. Do we get complaints about supervision?
We do.
Do you want to?
And we get complaints about social work practitioners as well. So that is something that concerns me greatly, that in the absence of an exam, which is geared to at least identify standards for practice, for entry-level practice, that in the absence of the exam, then how do you determine who is doing what out there? We have gotten some rather horrendous cases involving social workers who are not good practitioners. And I'm not simply talking about skill, I'm talking about ethics. I'm talking about, even in some instances, criminal behavior. So we need to have a way to measure that. We recognize that that there are biases. In fact, when I attend the ASBW meeting, what is it?
ASWB.
Thank you. I get it confused.
It's a lot of acronyms.
Yeah, you know, it's the National Board of Black Social Workers, and then anyway. When I attend the Association of Social Work Boards, I always bring up the question about biases. So I want to assure you that we too are very concerned about disparities. We are concerned about biases in the exam, but we are not wanting to throw out the baby with the bathwater, because, you know, even in those states where they have eliminated the exam, the jury is still out with regard to what the impact is, what the implications are. And I would not like to see us jump immediately into the recommendations that are being made about getting rid of the exam without having an opportunity to fully examine and try to anticipate what the consequences will be. I must say that I don't think that's a direct answer to your question, but I wanted to be able to say that.
No, I appreciate that. And I'll have some further questions, but I'm over my time. Councilmember White.
Thank you, Chairperson Henderson. Thank you very much to our government witnesses. I do appreciate you being with us today. In this hearing, we have heard from many social workers, from state legislators from multiple states, from social worker professors, and from organization directors supporting this bill. Some of the arguments that they've laid out are the lack of evidence of a measure of proficiency from this exam, bias in the exam, which affects the test taker, the effect that bias in the exam has on the general public by limiting people of color and people with shared experiences. We heard from people who are deaf and hard of hearing. And we've learned that in at least one state that got rid of the exam, there have been 0 complaints about quality of service or competence. And we've learned that even without the exam, there's a very high bar to become a social worker, including years of school at an accredited program, hundreds of hours of training, and ongoing supervision. We've not heard any evidence that the exam actually measures competence. And Ms. Briggs, to your point, people who have taken and passed the exam are engaging in the type of behavior that no one wants in their profession. The exam didn't prohibit it. And we have not heard any dispute of the bias or the resulting impact on diversity in the field. So I'm trying to get to understanding why holding on to this exam is so important. Ms. Nixon, what evidence? So we have 2 issues. One is the effectiveness of the exam itself. Does it actually uphold this professional standard? Second issue is bias. These are, in my view, 2 separate issues. On the first issue of effectiveness of the exam, Ms. Nixon, what evidence has been provided to the DC Board of Social Work or DC Department of Health that these exams are correlated with safe and competent social work practice?
So I don't think there's been evidence that's been provided in the sense that you speak of. I think that the development of all of the national exams are done by the actual practitioners themselves within the field. And I think that the boards who are entrusted with the public safety and ensuring that individuals have the minimum competencies required to enter into the field take in regard that their colleagues are the ones developing the exams and developing the exam questions that are being given. So is there actual data and evidence? No, but I think that's one of the things that most boards take into account when developing the minimum competencies, which is their primary charge as a regulatory board. They look at it as it's not Aisha Nixon, who is not a social worker, developing the test exam, right? It's Aisha Nixon, a licensed social worker who's gone through all of the things that every social worker who's coming to take the exam has gone through. She's the one developing the questions. And I think that's what most of the boards and what DC Health has taken into consideration when drafting regulations and looking at the requirements for licensure.
So, I mean, in addition to there not being evidence, though, we heard from a lot of social workers today who don't believe that this exam meets the stated goal. And no one throughout this entire hearing could explain how it is predictive, how it is correlated, what data exists, how we second guess the exam to ensure that it is actually accomplishing what it's intended to accomplish. And I think we have to be skeptical of that. In addition to, well, there currently are many social workers practicing in the district, even at the clinical level, which is beyond the scope of the exams we're talking about eliminating with this bill, who were exempted or grandfathered from taking the exam. Do you have any concerns about their ability to practice safe and competent social work, given that they never passed a licensing exam?
No, we don't have any concerns of the individuals who were grandfathered in. Again, if individuals who are grandfathered in come before us as it relates to a complaint, then we would address it. but no, there's no concerns.
Have you, please?
I am one of those people who was grandfathered in. And I think that I would certainly, I would certainly be held to the same regulatory standards that any other person who is practicing social work in the District of Columbia. If I were not held to those standards and it became evident that I were not performing appropriately, that could come to the attention of the board, and that I would then have to be dealt with in the same way as all other social workers would be dealt with. We do have ethics, we have principles by which we must operate. We have standards according to our social work ethics. So it isn't as if we are devoid of all of what is required to be a professional in the field.
Right. And that's sort of my point, is that there are so many other things, standards and ongoing, ethical standards, supervision, that don't end with an exam. But this exam by itself, while woman from ASWB, yes, I apologize that I forgot her name, mentioned that the exam is only one part of an assessment tool.
Right.
It is the prohibitive part, because if you receive, when you get an application for licensure, what do you look at when you get that application to determine whether or not you are going to give a license to that applicant?
So as you just stated, there's a number of tools that the board utilizes to make decisions regarding if a license is granted. That includes graduating from an accredited program, depending on the level of licensure that they're applying for, the completion of postgraduate experience, or an internship under the accredited program, a criminal background check, character references for some of our programs or some of our license types, and then of course the national exam.
And so with, let's say, the education aspect, they pass an accredited program, let's say they got B's in every course and pass the exam, my guess is they probably would get a license. They got A's in every course, came 3 points shy of passing the exam, my guess is that they wouldn't get a license. So the test, whether we intend it to be or not, is a hard barrier that doesn't offer sort of flexibility, context, or anything else. It is by itself a barrier, different than the other, than the education and the ongoing requirements. Have you seen evidence that states that eliminated the LGSW level exam have had unfavorable results, like increased complaints to their state boards, or any other concerns?
No, we have not. I think again, it's kind of premature since it's 2021, it's 2023, and we are also emerging out of post-COVID. I think it still takes time I think even COVID, we won't know what the effects are for quite a few years. Again, when you think about social workers, they are working with the most vulnerable population. So is someone who is homeless and working with a social worker going to have and know the ability that they have the ability to submit a complaint? Or is it maybe when they interact with someone else that they know that they have the ability to submit a complaint? So we have to think about that too. It's thinking about the population in which these individuals work with, and the actual public or the consumers, that they know that the resources that they have at hand. So I think to say that there is no data, because I think it's too soon. We won't know.
Okay. We heard from Illinois, though, that there've been 0 complaints. So that's some data. You know, it's not 10 years of data, but it is some data. And they have had a significant influx of social workers. Do you, Ms. Nixon, do you accept that there is racial bias in the exam?
Yes, the District of Columbia, DC Health, the Board of Social Work, we do acknowledge that the data shows that there is racial disparities within the social work exam.
So how then does DC Department of Health justify utilizing an exam known to be racially biased as an appropriate and acceptable measure of professional competence?
I think that, I don't know if there's a justification. I think it goes back again to what I stated previously, whereas when the board, their charge is to the protection of the public to determine minimum competencies for individuals to become licensed in said profession, they look at the individuals who are creating the exam and they trust the individuals that are creating the exam. I think DC Health, with this current legislation, we do support the intent of the legislation, but we want to have a balanced approach. We don't want to just throw out the exam. We want to have the task force so that we can look at all of the alternatives that are possibly available to us, while still keeping with the standards that have been in place, and kind of going from there.
I would say this in wrapping up this round, if we believe that bias is the only issue and that it can be fixed, then we set out to fix the bias. Testimony from ASWB, I take it to say bias is everywhere and you're not going to fix the bias. So if there is bias in the exam, if we cannot get rid of the bias in the exam, then we have to have some strong correlation between passing the exam and competency, and we don't have that either. So I'm saying we're coming up really short on a justification for this exam, and I think we need to be knowledgeable. Thank you, Chairperson Henderson.
Thank you. Thank you.
I want to say something.
Oh, go ahead,
Yeah,
Ms. Briggs.
there are a couple of things I want to say that I think this is a work in process or progress. This business of getting rid of bias. Yes, it is true that bias permeates a racist society. America is a racist society, so we will find biases everywhere. And even if we were to discard the exam and come up with an alternative, we still have to be concerned about whether there is even bias in that particular process. I feel that we have confronted ASWB about this issue of bias. I don't feel that they have always effectively responded. However, under the new leadership, it does seem to me that they are making very serious efforts to address this problem. Of course, it's in their interest to do so as an institution. But beyond that, we are all very concerned that we eliminate these disparities, not only in the practice of social work, but also in the service delivery aspect of this. Now, there's another element that I want to add, and that is that by eliminating one monster, we don't want to create a new monster. And that is this workforce issue that was either stated or alluded to in the testimonies of a number of people who spoke today. I am concerned that if there is no way to standardize or to regulate the practice of the LSWA and the LI, the two categories, the LSG, the LGSW, but we are licensing the the clinical social worker, that we will perhaps create a new hierarchy of workers so that all of those who are concerned about those social workers who are not passing the exam, but who can now be licensed, may get locked into this area of those who are not clinical social workers. And then will they be promoted? Will they be paid at the same level? Will they have an opportunity to grow in the same way that as those who are licensed? That is another consideration, or at least one of the implications that I am concerned about with this question of dropping the license. I think that we need not be so ready to do this without some deliberate analytical planning, thinking about how to do it. Because at the end of all of this are these vulnerable populations we talked about today. I didn't hear many people talk about the populations. In fact, I wish we had some clients here today to talk about how they experience social workers who are licensed or not licensed. That's really important. We need to see the other end of this. I recognize that those who are running agencies need to expand their pool of workers so that they can fully address the need. And that is the context in which they brought forward their issue. But I am also concerned about people getting, speaking of disparities and discrimination, getting these Black social workers locked into a space where they cannot move ahead.
I think, and I'll start my round now, Boyd. I think you raise a very interesting point, Ms. Spriggs, and I think Commissioner Doyle, who spoke on the first panel, was talking a little bit about this too. And it's something I'm concerned about as well. If I think about, so if we were to pass the bill as written, we get rid of the exam for the 2 bottom levels, but for the 2 other levels, we keep the exam. That would essentially mean that you can never become a supervisor unless you can pass the exam. So does that create an environment where we have all of the rank and file, if you will, who are Black, people of color, et cetera, and then you have all of the supervisors who are white who could pass the exam? What kind of environment does that create? And I think that's a little bit what she was talking about from the organizational perspective. And so one of the other things that I had a question too around was for our region, when I think about reciprocity and moving back and forth, and everybody wants a compact at the wazoo. How does this, if we move alone and our other neighboring jurisdictions don't move, how does that impact the conversations that we've been having? I was looking at the board minutes, Ms. Spriggs, and it said that the board minutes from June, that the board was supposed to decide in July if you wanted to establish any reciprocity pathways with any other of the neighboring jurisdictions. What happened with that? I'd imagine we would want to. Okay.
The board did vote to.
Oh, can you just introduce yourself for the record?
Latrice Herndon, I'm executive director for the Board of Social Work and 6 other allied and behavioral health boards.
Okay, good.
So the board did decide to move forward with discussions with our neighboring jurisdictions. So that's what we're in the process of now. But one of the other things they did discuss was looking at our endorsement pathway to see if we could facilitate a faster route to licensure that way as well. Endorsement being that they already have a license in another jurisdiction and that they're coming to the district and not having to, clearly they would have already passed an exam, but they would come to the district and do the paperwork process necessary and then receive their license that way.
Do you feel, and I know that you can't speak for the board, but maybe Ms. Spriggs, you can provide maybe some ideas in terms of the conversations you're having with your fellow board members. Would the board give pause to the idea of the endorsement process or reciprocity if either Maryland or Virginia did not require the exam? Sorry if I'm. I know I'm asking a hypothetical, which perhaps is unfair of me to be asking a hypothetical, but I think it's something that, I feel like sometimes in policy, we don't think 5 steps ahead. So I'm trying to think 5 steps ahead. If we
Yeah.
do this and Maryland never gets it together and Virginia never decides to do it, then does the whole option break down?
So I would say that based on boards that already have existing like reciprocity agreements. So I'm going to use the Board of Medicine, for example, with the physicians. I think there would be pause on the department wanting to enter into agreement if that was the case. But I think also it just excludes individuals. So DC, Maryland, and Virginia for physicians have different residency requirements. And for their foreign trained or foreign educated physicians. And so that option of the reciprocity is not offered to them in the district because we have a higher standard.
I see.
Right. But they can, if a DC licensed foreign trained physician goes to Maryland or Virginia, well, specifically Virginia, they would be accepted. So again, I think it would just go into what agreements are determined by the boards collaboratively. But I think it does weigh, the decision to enter into an agreement when you have vastly different tracks.
Right.
I that licensure.
I remember in a conversation I was having with Dr. Lewis, who is the former head of director of health, and she was explaining, compacts are not easy. And also going further to say, right, like, yes, even though we are neighboring jurisdictions, we all have various requirements, and entering into agreement means we're accepting what everybody else is doing. And sometimes some of that you might give a little pause. Like I think she said, Virginia didn't do background checks for Board of Medicine, which is strange to me, but nonetheless, that's the decision that they've made in the Commonwealth. And so how do we decide to make those determinations over here? Again, so we're talking about an exam here. You said almost everybody except for our techs, our assistants level requires an examination. And if I look at some of the pass rates on some of these others exams, I probably could find some of the same types of biases and differences. So Ms. Nixon, is any, I haven't checked everybody's board minutes in a while, and I could sure do a roundup with my staff, but is any other board having a conversation of no longer requiring the examination for their particular licensure field?
No, this conversation has not come up with any of the other boards.
So why this one? Right, because we could talk about nursing.
I know, and I think the question is I think this one, it's timing. I think it's the timing of the release of ASWB's report about the disparities. I think it is the anxiety that's behind the workforce or lack thereof. But I think
I have a nursing shortage.
I know, but that's why I said I think the introduction of this for this profession you can utilize those things to say that's why it's being pushed. There is a nursing shortage, but I think this would open the floodgates for all professions to seek this route. I think it's just going to be it might take more time when it comes to the physical medicines, as I call them.
Right.
Nursing, physicians, physical therapists, occupational therapists, but I can see this opening up to professional counselors, everything that's behavioral health related. And I think
that makes me nervous.
Yes, and I think it is that also demonstrates these people are working with someone that their mental health is impacted, right? And I think that is just as important as someone's physical health.
Right. The idea that we would have a higher standard for you to be like a surgeon, but if you want to deal with my brain in terms of how I'm interacting.
I think how I respond or react to the issues or things in society, you would require someone with less.
Now, I say all that to say, I also do have great empathy and sympathy for some of the individuals today who shared their stories around how many times they took the exam, failed by 1 point, failed by 2 point, failed by 3 point, right? And, hearing those folks, especially is like, this is passion work, something that they want to do. They've gone to school, they've done the internship, and for whatever reason, and we can get into some of those around like not being able to pass the exam, it does give me a little like pause that we have no other way. Right? If I have taken this exam 5 times and I have failed every time, I'm in a margin of quote unquote error, 2 points, 3 points,
And I think
etc.
that's why we're in favor of the task force and to look at alternatives. But I think also bringing everyone to the table, because I think that's also the conversation. The first approach is to start with the licensing requirements, but what about the education? And I know everyone, yes, they're all accredited by one CMSW, one organization, but every program is different.
Yes, I've heard from some people, they said
their theories are different and how they teach is different, and the resources. So I think that's why I think we want to have the task force so that we can look at the different ways, because I do understand that, and we do have empathy for individuals that take the test repeatedly and are failing by 1 point or 2 points. But I think all parties involved need to be at the table. Like, what is it that Catholic is doing that they have a higher pass rate than Howard? What is it that George Mason is doing that they have a higher pass rate than every school in the District of Columbia? And they're right here. What's the difference? And kind of figuring out what the resources are. So again, we're not opposed to figuring out a way that these individuals can enter into the workforce and be able to provide competent, skilled care to those in need. We just want to make sure that we're doing it the right way.
Yeah, I hear you on that. And I went like down a rabbit hole looking at sort of pass rates on like nursing. I just wanted to see what it is. And while there might be some disparities in terms of the numbers, some of our HBCUs have the highest pass rates in the country. So something is happening in the program that is preparing individuals for that. And I think you make a really good point around George Mason versus like, yes, everybody's accredited. Not it. Okay.
I have taught in 3 social work schools, and I know that there are differences among the schools. Well-intended differences. They're good. People are encouraged to be creative and to really do the very best that they can possibly do in developing the courses, in following the guidelines of the Council on Social Work Education.
Mm-hmm.
But because we're human beings, there will be differences. So that's one factor. There are many factors, of course, but that's one.
Yeah, I'm over my time. Councilmember White.
Thank you, Chairperson Henderson. Thanks again to our government witnesses. Yeah, I think this discussion around thinking ahead is important. Sometimes you do things with good intentions, to your point, Ms. Briggs, and then you get a couple steps down the road and realize you've created other problems. Few points I want to make here. One, I want to continue to bring us back to what I believe is the first principle, which is there is no clear correlation between competency in the field and this exam. And so as we have all these other discussions, I think we always have to come back to that point. There was an article in the Washington Post, August 31st this year. The title is, "In a Crisis, Schools Are 100,000 Mental Health Staff Short. The demand for aid radically exceeds the supply of help. Providers are experimenting with how to address the emergency." Experimenting makes me nervous, all right? I don't think we have to experiment here because we are proposing something that is not novel in any way, that has sort of a track record, that has no complaints, that has a history. So rather than folks out here experimenting, we have a proposal looking us in the face that works and should be good for the people that we want to serve. not exercising this option is causing some of the harms that we're discussing preventing now. We heard from nonprofits that are not hiring people who have social work degrees because they could be seen as practicing without a license if they haven't passed their exam. And so we have people who are probably more competent than the folks who are being hired who can't get hired. And that's causing some harm too. There's no outcome here that's perfect. And I think we accept that. And we're also grappling with a really difficult issue of compacts and reciprocity. And I think to be realistic there as well, and I can't remember who said it, if it's the chair or one of our government witnesses, that's not a clean process either. I'm a barred attorney. There is one state, Wisconsin, that allows you to practice law without passing the bar exam. There are 4 states that allow you to sit for the bar exam without going to law school. Some states have reciprocity, some have them with others, some have them with all. It's just a mixed bag. So I don't think there's an outcome as we think about, well, what's this going to mean for the future? It's going to cause confusion. I don't think there's a clean outcome anywhere. And so I want to make sure we also don't limit ourselves by thinking, oh, we won't fit into the box that gets created. I promise you it won't be a clean box. So, as we, if our hesitation for getting rid of the exam is even in part, well, how will this impact reciprocity? I'm not sure that's something we really have to worry about because it's not going to be clean anyway. If one of our concerns is, well, there may be people licensed and practicing who we're not completely sure have the full competency. There are people holding those positions now because organizations are not hiring people with social work degrees that haven't passed exams for fear of ethical issues. So these are some of the questions that we have to work through. But before I go into my last couple of questions, that was a long soliloquy. Any thoughts or concerns on those points?
I don't think it's either or, black or white. I think this is a very complex issue. And I would caution us to proceed with caution as we consider alternatives to what we have now. I really would, because as I think about it, if you have people practicing and who've not taken the exam, or we don't know what they're doing out there. And of course, in many instances, agencies have brought in people to perform social work related duties who are not trained in the field. That's one of the fallouts of the difficulties that we have. So we understand that, we recognize that this is not new information, but it's because of those situations that we are saying that we must proceed with caution, regardless of what we end up doing.
I appreciate that. I fully agree. What I think is my last question. In your testimony, Ms. Nixon, you mentioned concerns about supervision and how this bill would put pressure on how many people would need to supervise incoming social workers. I want to clarify from my perspective, it sounds like you're saying that the district is using a test with proven bias as a barrier to manage supervision challenges. Can you elaborate on that?
I would disagree with that. I don't think that our ask of council to not eliminate the test while seeking alternatives is us stating why it's our alternative to the supervision issue. I think the supervision issue exists prior to, it exists while. It's great that I know that Illinois, the senator, I believe, or stated that they've had no issues with getting supervision or having supervisors. And I think several of the individuals that testified have said the challenges with supervision or getting people to supervise in the district. I think that's what we're looking at, like just the stress, and again, asking that the task force work on that too, or aid the board in coming up with a solution. And when you look at it, the board is currently looking at group supervision, right? What if they should have limits or requirements so that people are getting the most robust interaction with their supervisor. So what's the most? Do you know if as a group of 4 sufficient? Is a group of 6 too much? So again, the board is exploring all the different avenues and ways to improve and have individuals have the ability to get great supervision. One of the things that the board did during COVID was the development of their telesupervision policy, which they've kept in place post-COVID. So that's allowing individuals to receive supervision utilizing synchronous and asynchronous forms. Also, looking at individuals, we accept individuals who get supervisions from individuals from other jurisdictions who are licensed. We have the supervised practice form that allows individuals to work under supervision while they study for their exam. So I think there's a lot of things that the board is already doing and DC Health is doing. So I don't think that our ask today is to keep the exam so that we don't have to tackle the supervision problem. We're working on that. I think we're just asking that we create the task force so that we can look at all of the ways that we can possibly allow individuals to be licensed in the district and provide competent care to those in need.
Thank you. Thank you so much to government witnesses and to all witnesses. Chairperson Henderson, thank you so much for holding this hearing.
Thank you, Councilmember White. Just a couple of questions to sort of follow up. I know there was some conversation mentioned about, and I appreciate both Senator Washington and Vila from Illinois testifying today, some conversations around what's happening in Illinois. I understand that California has done something different. To what extent has DC Health reached out to the boards of social works in those jurisdictions to better understand how they came to these decisions? Or how it's going? I can accept anecdote, but
we have touch bases. Again, we're just waiting to kind of get together to discuss further, but we have reached out. And so we're just awaiting responses back from the state of Illinois to find out how it's going.
Or even California too. I mean, I understand California at one point switched to an oral exam. And they're like, oh no, this is expensive. Also biased, subjective. And then they went back and then they created their own test.
So with creating your own test, and I think that's why some of the boards historically have moved towards the acceptance of national exams, is that even the board issued tests still have to be tested, right? They have to go through their own rigors to ensure that they're valid, that they're reliable, that they don't have racial disparities. So even tests created by the jurisdiction still have to undergo some type of scrutiny. So I think that's probably one of the parts. As far as the oral exam, I think if individuals would like to have the exam orally, I think they still have that opportunity, even with ASWB, through accommodations.
Right, but you would have to have a particular disability in order to receive that accommodations. And for some folks, right, like standardized tests, A, B, C, D, E is just not their thing, right? But if you give them a written, I give you a prompt and you tell me what you would do in these various scenarios, they would ace it, right? It is just, it's about different learning styles. And I recognize that when you do some of an open-ended test, I have a lot of friends who are teachers, right? It requires more work on the part of whoever is grading it. But at the same time, it does allow for people to show, oh no, I know how to do this. I know what the answer is. I just may not be able to pick 1 out of 5 because I don't know. I'm a Libra. So in any way, I could sort of like, oh, it could be this in this situation, or it could be this in this situation, or it could be this in this situation, right? You go over and over and over. So I get it and I understand. And I can appreciate what you're saying in terms of like a desire to have a fuller conversation about what we decide and sort of how we move forward here. Just for information sake for the executive director, how many applications do we have pending right now of people who are not renewals, new
Re-examinations.
Wait, what's the difference between
There's
okay.
the individuals who, there's initial licensure.
Yep.
That means they have never sat for the exam as of yet.
Okay.
And then there's re-examination. So these are individuals who have taken the exam, failed, and now are reapplying to get permission to sit again.
Okay. So how many are in the first group? The brand news.
Do not.
I think we would have to get that information for you, like how many are pending.
Yeah, I would like to know how many are pending and how many re-examinations.
We do have the re-examination.
Re-examinations was like
490
or 98-ish.
Oh, hundreds.
For re-examination?
Yes.
Yes, but it's at the various levels. So some are LICSWs, some are the latter two tiers. So it's a mixed bag.
Okay.
And this is over, so the total number of the 490, because I asked this, because I kind of figured that was going to come up, should have asked for the pending numbers, right? It was at 490 something, and this is over the last 3 or 4 years.
Since 2020.
So I wanted to know how many.
Oh, this is not this calendar year.
No.
Okay, this is important because I was like, wait a minute, hold on.
Yeah,
That's a lot of people for a year.
Know how many people have submitted an application for re-examination, right? And so since 2020, we've had a total of about 498 applications that have been submitted for re-examination. Of those, 69 were closed because they did not take the test. I think it's about 224 that did not pass the test the second time and their application was closed.
Okay, all right. I'm doing some like rough math. Okay, so you said, did you say 69 or 29? 69 just closed. They didn't take the exam, even though they submitted their stuff and they just decided, okay, I'm not doing that today. Okay, great. And then of those
224 of those applications were closed, right? Total. Of the 224 that were closed, 69 were closed due to failing the exam. So I have to correct myself.
Okay. Did you get that?
And the total number of applications through to August 15th, that's when we asked, the last report was run, it was 483 total. So from the 483, 224 applications were closed. Of the 224, 69 based on failure of the exam.
Okay. But the exam is not the only way that someone wouldn't be licensed, right?
Correct. So yes, there are other ways.
So they're in that 200, or I'm sorry,
in the 224.
So the 224. So I got 69 people who didn't take the exam. So I had to like.
So they took it and failed.
Wait.
So the remaining, yes. So that's why I had to correct myself.
Okay, say that one more. So say it.
224.
No, start at the beginning. We
So
had 498 over
483 re-examination applications were submitted through August 15th of 2023.
From
2020.
Okay, keep going.
Of those, 224 were closed.
Okay.
Of the 224, 69 were closed due to failure of the exam.
Okay.
So the remaining were closed based on other issues. It could be that depending on the level, again, you need supervisory hours to submit. They may not have been able to get their hours accounted for. They may have had other issues that would prohibit their license from moving forward.
So, am I to assume that everyone else who was not in the closed went on to full licensure?
To gaining their license, yes, ma'am.
Okay. I pulled out a calculator because, why not? Okay. All right. Okay. I would love to know how many are pending right now. And then of course, once you all get that, dig through, collate all of the particular survey information, I think that would be helpful as well to this conversation. Because I feel like in some ways we're having a conversation about this in a vacuum. In the same, I was talking to the nurses union earlier this week, and they contend it's not a nurse shortage, it's a shortage of nurses willing to work in certain environments.
Yeah.
Which I was like, oh.
So that's why I said I think the workforce survey that was implemented, we've implemented it in all of our renewals. So I think we have 4 more left for this this calendar year. So part of it was about burnout, just to see what is making people transition to other, either transition out of the profession. Is it retirement? Is it burnout? Kind of looking at what it is. And like you said, there are a lot of social workers who are not engaged in the practice of social work.
Right. Okay. Do you have any other further questions? Okay. So, so just from a follow-up, I'm wrapping up here. I'm done. I have a request out to the Association of Social Work Boards about their data specifically as it relates to DC, broken out by race and gender, et cetera. I have a request out to you guys about some of the information in terms of your workforce piece, and then also how many applications that you currently have pending at each of the levels. And then when you all hear back from the other jurisdictions around what's going on there, and I'll be honest with you, I probably will have my staff also reach out to just to, we like to, I'm okay with DC being a pioneer on some things, but I just want to make sure that we have the full information around what the unintended consequences could be or not be of our particular action. And so once we get all of that together, then we can have some further conversations about how we move forward with Councilmember White as well as with DC Health and the executive on this. I want to express my gratitude to all of the witnesses who testified today. I think that this hearing was a very valuable insight into the proposed legislation. And there's evidence that there's definitely valid concerns on both sides regarding exemption of the associate and graduate social workers from the licensure exams. Of course, supporters believe that this will enhance accessibility and diversity in the profession, which I value deeply. But I also hear the concerns that opponents have raised around maintaining rigorous standards for the scope of practice and the profession of social work. I appreciate the thoughtful testimony from our witnesses today, and as well as from the public. And the Committee on Health definitely remains committed to addressing these complex issues around addressing some of these very real needs of our DC residents who are in need of services that these health professionals provide. For anyone who was not able to speak or attend today's hearing, we will accept public testimony until Thursday, October 5th at 5 p.m. We now have a new system to submit testimony at the council. So you may submit your testimony online by clicking today's hearing at dccouncil.gov/hearings, and you can just upload right into the system. If for whatever reason you want to call us still and leave a voicemail, that is an option that is available to you. You can give us a call at 202-430-6046. Again, 202-430-6046. If you leave a voicemail, please remember to speak slowly and to spell your first and last name for the record. The next meeting of the Committee on Health will be on September 25th at 11:30 on nominations for the Board of Physical Therapy, the Board of Occupational Therapy, and the Board of Medicine. Again, my one little plug to any of the professionals out there who are licensed and watching, and you want to serve the District of Columbia and your fellow professions, I don't know, your fellow people, colleagues, thank you, your colleagues. we still have vacancies on some of our boards. And so we need you. Counseling being one of them. There being no further business before the committee at this time. The time is 3:19 and this hearing is adjourned. Thank you guys so much. And yeah.